What's going on, everybody? And welcome back to the CCS. Today, we got the lower bracket semifinals as Syndicate Sean's fan club takes on DoV Twisted in a best of 5 matchup. I'm Raj Hayes, joined by Elsa the Queen. And Elsa, we're going to get right into this draft here, but anything you're looking for as we get moving?
I'm just excited and honored to be here tonight, right, Chains? One of these two teams is going to go home tonight, but they have both, fought and clawed to this point in the lower bracket. Both of them teams that have been in the lower bracket for a couple of matchups now. So they know what it is to, be in these kind of sudden death situations. If they lose the series, they are out of the CCS, which is one of the worst things that could obviously happen to someone if you're on an amateur League of Legends team. So just excited to see the urgency that both of these teams have coming out tonight. Obviously, we've seen DoV Twisted pretty recently on this stream, but for Syndicate Sean's fan club, it's been a while. And like you said, we're already ripping through this draft.
Yeah, we got all 3 bans on each side already taken away here. So DoV opting to ban the Syndra, the Blitzcrank, and the Wukong. Syndicate taking away the Olaf, the Ashe, and the Sivir, trying to pin out 2.0. And then with the first picks, we got Varus for Syndicate, and then DoV Twisted opted for the Mordekaiser. Like you mentioned, both of these teams pretty familiar with the lower bracket here. DoV Twisted, this will be their 3rd game in the lower bracket. And last week, they were actually taken to 5 by Elysium. So coming off of a long week last week, honestly, Syndicate also, this will be their 2nd lower bracket game. And they also had a 5-game series last week. So both of these teams coming off of a 5-game series. We'll see what they got. That can take a lot out of someone if you're playing 5-game series over and over again. So we'll see how these teams react here, as Jarvan is the pick for DoV. And that should be going to Flock in the jungle.
Yeah. And I do want to note so far here with this draft that Mordekaiser being locked in, of course, on the side of DoV Twisted. Big takeaway from Syndicate Sean's fan club. Sean himself in the mid lane is actually where we've seen Mordekaiser from them, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. So I think it's really smart, especially in this fearless draft format for DoV, that they just get that out of the way in this first game. Make sure that Sean's fan club will never be able to have a chance to get their hands on that Mordekaiser pick.
Yep. And then on the other side here, Syndicate with their next 2 picks opting for the Silas and the Nautilus. Nautilus, another pick that they're taking away from Panda, who's shown that he can play these hook engaged champions. Very good at roaming. He's very comfortable with that as well here. Likes to play with Flock in that support jungle duo. But Panda says, all right, I'm going to just pick up the Braum.
Yeah, Braum is a very, very traditional counter to the Nautilus, which, like you said, we have seen Pandabo doing a lot of roaming around the map so far. And remember, at least last week when I was casting here for DoV, we did see them exclusively sticking with that 80 carry meta. They did not move over to the mages, and it looks like that's going to be the case probably for both sides here, unless we get some kind of trickeration with the Varus going top lane or something like that. So far we're kind of sticking with that traditional meta, and you can see that the bans are reflecting that as well from Syndicate Sean's fan club. They know what's coming. Actually, 4 ADCs banned out here against 2.0, so they're obviously, respecting him as a player.
Yeah, 480 carry bans is crazy. I mean, especially for a role where you don't see too many 80 carries being played anymore. It's a lot of mages in the bottom lane, but 480 carries banned. Syndicate obviously very scared of 2.0 and what he can do in that role. And with that, he says, all right, Ezreal's left open. I'm going to take the Ezreal. I did shade 2.0 Ezreal a couple weeks back just because I feel like Ezreal is a champ that doesn't really do that much damage unless you're really good at him. And 2.0 showed me I was wrong. So 2.0 able to play this Ezreal pretty well, feeling confident on the pick, and we'll be pairing up with Braum in the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely has that ability to proc the bomb passive super quickly if you
Oh,
can land your Qs. So that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, just with everything that's been put together here so far from Syndicate Sean's fan club, you do like to see an AD carry that's able to get himself to safety, between this Nautilus, Silas, even the Varus with the ultimate, just lots and lots of engage tools. So that Ezreal E is going to be a very important ability to look at in this game for Oh, wait, are the drafts
we
switched?
swapped. Yeah, we just swapped
Okay.
sides.
So all of my analysis
Everything
was
was wrong that we
destroyed.
just said.
Okay, so I mean, it makes it okay, so then what this means,
Thank
like
you,
what going
Golden.
back to the beginning, is that the Mordekaiser is definitely a flex pick here. So with Nasus locked in as the top lane pick, we'll see if they want to, find some kind of counter pick to that, or if it's that they to uh uh or if they want to and they want to put that Mordekaiser into the mid lane. I mean, that would make a lot of sense based on what we've seen out of Syndicate Sean's fan club in the past. But we'll see if that's repeated here.
Yeah, and then on the other side here, we were talking about Panda on the Nautilus. We are gonna get Panda on Nautilus,
Okay.
and
Yep.
most likely pair that up with the Varus in the bottom lane. Syndra is another champ that can go bot, but like we mentioned, knowing about the player 2.0 likes the traditional AD carry, so should be Varus in the bottom lane here. Getting word that that last pick is Xerath coming in, so that will likely be going mid for Sean, and feeling like that's a
All
pretty
right.
alright matchup into the Syndra.
I mean, it does make sense given that I think Mordekaiser has a great matchup into Nasus. I mean, even as the game goes on, when he's able to take him into the death realm, we'll be able to deal with him on the split push and cut him down pretty well. I mean, I guess depending on how well the Mordekaiser does early on in the game, but Xerath, a good matchup, against the Syndra as far as being able to match the range. It's a champion that we've seen a big resurgence of, mostly in the bot lane. But he does the same things bot lane, right, that he does mid. He just has that huge damage, able to match roams really easily because he only has to walk about halfway to be able to use his ultimate. And yeah, I mean, both of these team compositions, uh, very interesting to watch. I think that the biggest Syndicate Sean's fan club is going to be the range that they have between that Ezreal and Xerath. Will they be able to land a lot of this poke before the fights start and get themselves an advantage? Because that is, how they want to play this team comp out if they can.
Yeah, and one more thing I'm just noticing right now here is that the DoV Twisted team composition has a lot of magic damage. You have the Syndra, the Silas, Varus, which does some magic damage, and also Nasus, which does magic damage. So, luckily there's not too many big tanks for Syndicate. They do have the Braum, and Mordekaiser will probably build some health items, but no, nothing too crazy in terms of actually building full MR. But Merc Treads will probably be pretty strong in this game for Syndicate, but we'll have to see as we go in here. We can see now the orders have been kind of swapped to what we expect it to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually think it's pretty good for Mordekaiser because he usually does not have the luxury of building defensively in both directions. So I expect that he, outside of the plated steel caps, he probably will just be able to stack magic resist once he gets his first couple of damage items done. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on as well, is, how much can this Mordekaiser be a tank in these team fights, which is not normally what you would expect him to be, but he can do that a little bit more given the damage composition of DoV.
We will see shortly. The result of this game number one will be on the Rift in just a bit, but we're going to take a short break before we get into it for this competitive integrity spectator delay. So go get some water, get a snack, and we will be right back. And we are on to the rift for game number 1 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. On the blue side, DoV Twisted with Smoke in the top lane, on the Nasus Flock, on Silas in the jungle, High Drive on Syndra in the mid lane, and 2.0 and Panda Boat rounding it out with the Varus and the Nautilus in the bottom lane.
And on the other side here for Syndicate Sean's fan club, we got a little bit of a switch up, first of all, because it's Sean in the top lane on the Mordekaiser. So it will be Sean on the Mordekaiser one way or the other. Not important in the jungle on the Jarvan. Tiny Tibbs in the mid lane on Xerath. Conveyable Cub on the Ezreal. And Colin on the Braum here. So I don't know when that swap happened. Whether our producer missed it during the select itself or if it happened after the select. But that makes a lot more sense because Sean is the Mordekaiser expert on this team, at least in my experience of watching them. So I'm excited to see what he can do, how much he can slow down the stacking here from the Nasus, and whether Jarvan ends up getting involved in that as well.
Big early trades into this bottom lane here. Panda Boat taking to about half HP and gonna keep going in here as another hook lands, and they're gonna be scrapping. 2.0 fighting back. Interestingly enough here, looking at the bottom lane summoner spells, Barrier Exhaust for DoV Twisted and TP Heal. So a little bit of a different vibe for each of these bottom lanes summoner spell wise, but other than that, both TPs in the mid lane, and then Sean opting to go for the Ignite in the top lane here. Like you mentioned, wanting to give Smoke a hard time in this lane. Not let him do anything that he wants and kind of just take over with some kill pressure early.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, in these first couple levels, he definitely has done that as far as denying some of these minions to the turret. Of course, Nasus in the first few levels of the game, never going to be particularly strong. But I am also interested to see what we see here from Sean as far as his build path as well. Lots of Dusk and Dawn recently on the Mordekaiser, so he could choose to go into that direction. You know, anyways, we will have to just wait and see what he decides to do with that. Tiny Tibbs, though, getting pretty low on mana and using all his health pots early on, so he does have the teleport to get back into lane if necessary, but going to be pretty difficult as the Xerath to efficiently last hit these minions if Ohio Drive is able to push them under the turret.
And it's important to mention how much DoV Twisted likes to play through Ohio Drive, right? With Flock, you know, being very comfortable playing through their mid lane, and Ohio Drive is a player we've seen perform over and over again each series, as Panda's going to find not important. Just seeing what's up. Exhaust is going to be burned here as the flag and drag over the wall. Whoa. All right. I mean, hey, respect.
Yeah, I mean, they were really wanting to look for that, but the cooldowns were just not in the right place for not important. But now you can see Nautilus continuing to duo invade into the jungle here with Flock, who is once again in as the starting jungler here. 2.0, though, could be in a little bit of trouble. Looks like he was able to walk it out.
For now, he's able to flash it out. Did have to burn the flash, but able to get out of that play here as the jungle and support moving together here. Sean and Smoke battling it out in the top lane. Sean's still getting the better of that one for the time being, but
he's got the wave pushing in towards him now, so this could get kind of tricky for the Nasus. You know, to be able to access this wave, he is going to go back to base now and presumably have to burn that teleport to get back, because as you can see, Sean happy to go back to the base with the minions just burning down on the other side. Actually, he will stay for now, but again, wave just still really in the spot where he wants it to be.
Yeah, this is a nice spot for Sean here, especially because didn't have you know, got the TP out, able to stay in as well here and just fight right away. So trying to push Smoke off here. Checking the CS numbers, a little bit of a lead in the mid lane for Ohio Drive, about 2 waves. Same thing for Sean, about 2.5, and growing with this with this pushing wave in here as the bottom lane for Syndicate. Feeling really confident in this lane here, especially after that hook from Panda goes wide. Uh-oh, Smoke.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah, he's able to just walk it out for now. I mean, Sean just doesn't have the AP, but he does have level 6 now. So, yeah, now Smoke really is zoned off of the wave for the moment, because there's way too much space in between him and the tower to get caught in the Mordekaiser ultimate with the ignite. It also
It's
does
still
give
pushing.
him the extra use. He's
Oh,
gonna
here
hit
we
it.
go.
Not quite.
Yeah, man, this is so rough. I'm surprised that Flock hasn't, come up to this top lane, but just because he's clearing down, doesn't have an opportunity really to kind of help out in that top lane and help Smoke out here. And now both of these junglers in the bottom side. This wave is gonna crash. About a wave and a half. And Syndicate might look to transition into a play. No, just gonna get some vision out, and for the time being, pretty calm game, but a 400 gold lead just based off of the wave states here in favor of Syndicate. First dragon of the game is the Ocean. Something to keep in mind here. We saw DoV last week pretty big on the dragon stacking early. So Ohio Drive taking a lot of damage in this mid lane. Power of the Xerath.
Yeah, once he gets past those first, those early levels are a little bit rough when he doesn't have as much damage. But especially he was able to go back, get that blasting wand. Might fire off the ultimate here.
Here we go. Ultimate's firing down as the first blood comes through. Tiny Tibbs finding the solo kill.
Yeah, and we can see, whoa, as we get more fighting.
Battling in the bottom lane here. No level 6s, but the exhaust is going to be used onto Conveyable Cub, who has to run for the hills. Hook's going to land onto Colin. Heal will be burned as well here. Flashing away. One more auto should be enough, but Colin is out of range, and they turn their sights onto Conveyable Cub. 2.0 able to find that kill and secure it as a 1-for-0 in the bottom lane in favor of DoV Twisted, but in the mid lane, the opposite story.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane, though, I don't understand why Ezreal is being so aggressive in this 2v2. He has the teleport instead of, another combat summoner spell, which means that in that 2v2 straight up, there's always going to be a little bit of an advantage for DoV. And you could see there, 2.0 able to pop the barrier, and he just still had so much of his health bar remaining that it just didn't ever seem like it was going to happen for Conveyable Cub to be able to have the damage early on to take down 2.0. So well played in the bot lane for DoV. As top lane here, was he in the death room?
Brutal. No, not yet. Still brutal for Smoke. As bad just goes to worse here. The wave pushing away again. And this one's going to be stuck.
Yeah, it's going to be the Rylai's first build for the Mordekaiser, so just really going to be, once he gets onto the Nasus, it'll be really hard for Nasus to get away. It also just makes it really, really easy for Mordekaiser to hit all his abilities, but 2.0 about to get dope.
2.0 does have the Chain of Corruption available. Flag and Drag's going to find the mark because the Chain of Corruption's used, but the flash away is not going to be enough to get out of the stun range here. Conveyable Cub finds the last hit and secures the kill here, and this is going to be a lot of XP and gold given over to Sean's fan club. But on the other side of the map, DoV Twisted opting to trade away and grab the grubs for themselves here. With that, not important. Starting up this dragon.
Yeah, I think they should just be able to secure this as well. And what I like here from Sean's fan club is, we know that Panda Boat is always going to be doing a ton of roaming. Most of the other teams that we've seen against DoV Twisted have tried to do their own roams at support in order to match it, but instead of that, Syndicate Sean's fan club is just, opting to keep their own support bot lane and just try to punish the roaming as best as they can, and they were able to do it multiple times. I mean, they blow the flash early, now able to transition it into a dive later once those summoner spells, knowing those summoner spells were down. So a nice job, again, of Syndicate Sean fan club just playing their own game rather than trying to adjust to the way that Panda Boat kind of alters these maps.
Yeah, that's a great point. We have seen that a lot in all of these series this year. As now Sean and Smoke, we go into the death room, we go here, and Smoke is in trouble, but they are under the tower. Fear of the Sand's going to be popped here, and Sean has to back up for the time being. The extra HP is enough to keep Smoke alive, opting to use the Ghost and Ignite burned from each of these top laners respectively here. Going back to the 2.0 point, this is a character or a player who we see having a lot of CS leads and just winning lane by himself too. And in this game, down 15 CS early, as they're going to be fighting again here as the the ultimates coming down. Conveyable Cub is in trouble. Exhaust gonna get rooted up here. Flock is now in the area, finds the knockup, and the piercing arrow is true from 2.0. Colin is gonna fall as well, and that's a double kill for this Varus, who is now feeling really nice on 3, 1, and 0. A nice play to respond after, you know, we were talking about how 2.0 has kind of been having a rough go.
Yeah, and there's just so much, as these junglers are going to meet each other here. There's just so much CC between this bot and jungle of DoV, you know, and Pandabo does, as always, just a great job of holding his Q on Nautilus. You know, Ezreal, you know, he's just able to walk up into the face of Ezreal after using the ultimate. So, Tiny Tibbs. Oh,
a nice
needed
stun
to back
there to
up.
cancel.
Oh,
no!
no!
Forward! Hugo's wide.
No!
Ohio dodges out. Oh, the stun with the with the W is proper, and Tiny Tibbs picks up his second solo kill of the game on Ohio Drive.
Yeah, you know, third time's the charm, I guess. Flashes and misses the Q, missed the stun, but
Flock gonna find not important here. Has the blast cone. Able to use that and get out.
Yeah, this is kind of becoming a little bit of a problem right in the mid lane for Ohio Drive, who we do not necessarily see have these kind of issues typically in lane, especially, you know, we've seen him kind of be more of a dominant player in lane, if anything, as, ganking coming.
Here we go, Smoke gonna pop that Fury of the Sands here as Flock is in the area, takes the death from away, but the kill comes through. Smoke finds the last hit there, and that's going to provide a little bit of relief for this Nasus in the top lane.
Yeah, Sean just being a little bit greedy. He stepped all the way up to, you know, hit the tower there, trying to collect one of the plates, I believe. Just did not have the flexibility to do that in that situation. I mean, they knew that Flock was on that side of the jungle, I believe, since Not Important had just ran into him there. So it should have been a little bit predictable that this was coming. And of course, Nasus with the W, always excellent gank assist. Unfortunately for Sean, it was, you know, just a few seconds until the Death Realm came up. Otherwise, he might have been able to, you know, turn it into a 1v1 with one of them instead, which he would have obviously had a much better chance of winning. But as is, yeah, it gives the opportunity for this Nasus to get his own hits on the turret. He was the one to pick up the kill as well. So everything there going over to the side of how DoV wants it to play out. And they have tied the gold lead here, maybe about a 100 gold difference one way or the other, but pretty much tied at this point in gold.
Yep. And just taking a look at the individual, you know, gold differences here, obviously, like we knew, pretty big lead for Sean in that top lane, who's going to be still doing damage here. As a gank in this bottom lane. Not Important is here. Flock is also here. Here we go. The engage coming in. Chain of Corrupt is going to hit onto 3 as Flock finds the first kill. Conveyable Cup going forward here. So right of the Arcane is going to be flying over the top. It's a 2-for-1 so far, but Ohio Drive is here first, finding the stun, and a triple kill for Flock. Breaks open the bottom lane, and now what can Flock do? DoV Twisted has this super strong Sylas here, 3-0-3 right now, and up about 5 camps.
Yeah, and Sylas is a really, you know, he's a snowbally champion against something like the Jarvan, which is, you know, definitely a great jungler in this meta, but he stays really steady. He's, you know, he's not going to snowball as far as his strength in the game or his ability to clear those camps. So at this point, Flock will be able to just continue to accelerate the lead. Already has the one item completed. Trying to do this dragon by himself, though.
This looks dubious here as the dragon is going to get aggressed on. Not Important is in the area. Flock has to go over the wall. I think that means that... Oh my god, he stole it with the Q! Wow.
The smite coming in early. There was still... it was at 1,050 when Not Important smited it, and the Q able to get the last hit, which is kind of devastating.
That is gross here.
The death round.
Another fight here, but Smoke looks to be getting the better of this one for the time being here. Sean taking pretty low. Oh my gosh, dodging out on the Qs once again here. Smoke land this one pretty well, and Sean has to be careful. One more Q should be enough, but he's under the tower, flashing away. And Sean lives with the assist of the tower. Smoke goes down.
Yeah, I mean, that at the very least, Smoke should have been able to push Sean off there. That should not have been Sean's fight to win based on how we saw it progressing. I think he missed 2 Qs in a row. And it also does go to illustrate why Rylai's is just not, in my opinion, the best first item on Mordekaiser. Yes, it makes it easier to hit your abilities, but if you don't hit your abilities, like in that case, you're just doing so much less damage. You know, something like the Dusk and Dawn or something like the Riftmaker early is just going to give you so much more value. But, you know, I think that Sean, being so ahead early, thought that he probably had the luxury of being able to just finish that cheap Rylai's early on first. But now we can see, you know, yes, he wins that 1v1, but there are definitely questions moving forward about the viability of this 1v1 between the Mordekaiser and the Nasus, who will only continue to get stronger.
Yeah, and especially now that, I mean, Sean is like 70 CS up, and he almost lost the 1v1 here. Yeah. As Ohio Drive, nice footwork there. Dodge out on the Xerath ulti. Panda Boat is in this bottom lane, both supports covering their mid laners. It's gonna connect here. They're looking for Tiny Tips. Sauce gonna be used. Unleash power. Is it enough? The damage is there, and Ohio Drive gets one back.
Yeah, that's not a nice job by Panda Boat. Just sit in the bush there. Xerath definitely had no idea that the Nautilus was just waiting for the hook, which allowed Ohio Drive to finish that one off. It was pretty close. Just one more ability would have taken Ohio Drive down, which is why it was so important earlier on that he was able to, you know, block out most, or dodge out on all the shots from the Xerath ultimate. But yeah, like you said, Tiny Tibbs going down, gold into the pocket of Ohio Drive, and at this point it is DoV starting to take a little bit of a gold lead in this game. It's still close, but I think that the thing that I'm most afraid of here as we get the sweet split screen action, if I am Syndicate Sean's fan club, is that most of your gold lead is in the hands of your top laner, who, like we just said, has started to struggle in this 1v1 matchup, as we'll see another 1v1 now.
It connects with the stun, Ohio Drive. Huge play there. Yeah, we're fighting in this top lane once again here. This looks even worse for Sean as Smoke. DK brings it down and finds the solo kill.
Did he not have the W? It seemed weird to me because his W, you know, his shield was all the way stacked up, which would mean to me that he hadn't pressed W recently, but doesn't end up getting it before he goes down.
Colin, take it pretty low. Able to get out with his life just barely here, as you could tell Ohio Drive has got some confidence back here with these stuns. Letting them fly. Oh, not important, found Flock here as we go into the Cataclysm. Flock does have the Braum ultimate, as both will be used. Right of the Arcane over the top. Unleash power blocked out by the shield, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. But, oh, wait, they find one back. Is it a 2-for-1? Shutdown goes over to Tiny Tibbs.
Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here for Syndicate Sean's fan club. Just taking a lot of questionable fights, as Tiny Tibbs just having to flash out. Panda Boat has just been relentless this game. You know, some of the earlier roams.
Oh my gosh, come eating forward, gonna get stunned up and taken down. That was crazy. That was insane.
Yeah. It seems like we're playing a little bit tilted for Syndicate Sean's fan club. Like, they're really hungry to get these last hits on these kills, but it's just getting punished over and over, and we can again see the amount of crowd control on the side of DoV. Twisted has been absolutely devastating in these fights for Syndicate Sean's fan club, because once you get stunned up or, you know, rooted down once here, it's just very, very difficult to turn things around. And again, you know, at this point, Sean, who has you know, all of the sort of gold differential, I mean, not that there's a positive gold differential at this point, he's just not winning this.
Another 1v1 in this top lane here, is into the death room we go. Both ultimates have been burned. This one looks a little better here as the Haunting Guy's picked up by Sean. Gonna get a little extra damage. Just, whoa, not important. Going in still. Smoke turning back. Cataclysm is available, but I think Smoke is a little too fast here. Has the Merc Treads in comparison to the slightly magical boots from Not Important. With that, the Herald spawn into the top lane to take out the tier 1. Colin continuing the assault
Oh, oh.
Gonna get the charge. Will get stunned up, though. I don't know if they have enough damage to do this here. Is gonna be able to jump over the wall. Panda Boat's on the flank. 2.0 is here as well here. This could be big. They have to go for it. Depth Charge is gonna find one. Chain of Corruption goes wide. They found Sean. Sean gonna have to flash for the wall. They have enough damage to follow it up. Flashing forward. Ohio Drive picks up the first one. Hook lands again from Panda Boat. And now Colin is the target. Should die here. There's no tower. And they're gonna give it over to 2.0. Now sitting at 7 kills on this Varus. Just 10 minutes ago, he was down like 70 CS or something. This Cub having to flash away. Flock, relentless. Wow, Drive is gonna look for a stun. Has it!
Oh
Connects! Cataclysm! Will stop Flock from going forward, but this stolen True Shot Barrage will not find the mark. Nice sidestep out there.
Yeah, we just got to be doing a little bit more basic math here if you're Syndicate Sean's fan club, because they're going forward into these fights where, you know, they've got 3 members in the top lane. They know that 2 of their members are just totally unavailable, you know, trying to push other lanes here, and they're just overextending to the point where DoV is just punishing it over and over again. And Panda Boat at this point, 0-0 and 12, hasn't even gone down once on the Nautilus, despite just being involved in all of these fights for the most part here. Things are looking good. 4,000 gold lead for DoV, and then you've also got that Nasus just sort of looming on the other side, you know, doing what Nasus does best, which is just start out with the luxury of, you know, building the magic resist first, and yet still the amount of damage that he does just through his stacks. We're seeing the stack check there quick. I didn't catch exactly how many it was. But
it was 360. 360 at 22. So it's a little behind what you'd like, but
I mean, which makes
the
sense,
lane has
right?
been bad. The lane has been really bad for him, so it's not. I'm not tripping. Not tripping at all here.
He, you know, so he's a little bit behind on stacks, but it doesn't really matter. He's got enough stacks that he's still hitting very, very hard, doing well in this 1v1. And again, I mean, I know I'm harping on this, but I don't understand why Mordekaiser are, you know, the second he gets the Haunting guys, you see that these 1v1s are a little bit closer. He could have just decided to build that first.
Oh man, numbers again here for DoV Twisted as they're opted into a fight. Right in the arcane up at the top here. Cataclysm is going to find 2, and 2.0 is down. Flock trying to fight it back with Ohio Drive. As the Unleashed Power is going to find 1. Ohio Drive on a killing spree, but Conveyable Cub is untouched in the backline. Flock going in, but a nice usage of the E from Ezreal will keep him alive for the time being. But wait a minute! Flock goes down. Flock does not be denied, as he is going crazy in the team fight now. He completely turns the fight on its head at 1 HP. Kingslayer gets him his health back, and it was destruction 4 for 1 in favor of DoV Twisted, and they're on the Baron.
And Flock just so strong in that fight, using the W Kingslayer over and over again to get his health bar all the way back full after he was nearly dead to Conveyable Cub. And Conveyable Cub, I mean, dishing out a ton of damage in that fight overall, but you can see that he is at 1-6 at this point. He's been totally victimized as an AD carry by this team composition from DoV, and not only do they pick up that team fight victory, but they also get the Baron as the cherry on top here, extending their lead and putting themselves in a great position. And, you know, once again, as you said, right, Chains, to start it off, it's Syndicate Sean's fan club opting into these fights where, yes, they start out by getting the kill on the Varus, but it just doesn't add up as far as their, you know, ability to kind of win this at the end.
And now with 2.5 items on Flock and Ohio Drive, these AP damage dealers are dealing so much. They have the one-shot potential here, and not, I mean, two Merc Treads. That's the only magic resist we're seeing right now from Syndicate. And Sean and Smoke are going to be dueling it out again here. Into the Death Realm we go. Smoke not looking too good right now. Sean's getting the better of this one here as the maces are coming down. Smoke gonna just burn that ghost to get away, running for the hills, but Sean now that he has the Rift Maker completed, it's gonna be a lot better for him in these 1v1s. You know, we saw Smoke had some shining moments, picked up a solo kill, but the Rift Maker is gonna make it really tough to do that again.
Yeah, I mean, luckily this is one of the reasons why the Nastus has the Ghost, right? Which is just that, I mean, he can obviously use it to run people down, but also you can just wait until the Death Realm is done, and if you're able to survive through that portion, you can just kind of ghost away to safety. Mordekaiser doesn't have any way to chase him down, so he is just able to run away, continue stacking, wait for that moment where either, he does have enough stacks to compete in the 1v1 again, or when Sean inevitably goes to join the rest of the team, he is just going to be that split push demon. That's always annoying to deal with. But, doesn't have the ghost this time.
Gonna find 3 here. Fear of the Sand's gonna be used. The Cataclysm's gonna lock him in place. Flag and Jack to get out. As Sean is taking pretty low, but it's gonna get a big shield back here. The shutdown going over to Cub. On the other side of the map, DoV Twisted, 4 members strong, pushing into this bottom lane. The tier 2 will fall. With Tiny Tibbs defending, they can't go forward anymore here. But in that play, oh, here we go. TP coming in from Sean. As Colin is just a bit too early on the play here. Gonna go down. Chain of Corruption's gonna find 1 here. As he unleashed power as well. Ohio Drive goes unstoppable. The exhaust on a conveyable couple get him out of there, but Hook lands on the backside though. Check out Sean. Gonna find 1 shutdown. As 2.0 is frontlining. Gonna get taken into the death room here. Does he have the damage to take down the Mordekaiser? He does. It's Tiny Tibbs, the last member of Syndicate, ending. Stun lands, but it's not enough damage to take him down. Tiny Tibbs lives at 1 HP, but this inhibitor is not long for the world in this bottom lane.
Yeah, not only do they have 3 members, but they also had the Baron buff, which actually just finished now, and with members starting to come back up, they decided that they do not have what they needed, to be able to take down that inhibitor, so they will go back, but they have broken open the base here for DoV Twisted, continue to extend their gold lead to about 6,500 at this point. So for Sean's fan club, I do like the idea of Sean TPing into the back, but the rest of the team is just too far forward. They need to have a little bit more patience to make that play work. But I mean, I like the idea because you have to get creative here if you're Syndicate Sean's fan club to create winning scenarios for your team. Sean also not having the Death Realm is a little bit rough, but they just saw a moment where they thought they could take an advantage. They do pick up a bit of gold, but it's not exactly what they were hoping would happen.
Yeah, got the shutdown on, I believe it was Flock. But Pandaboat again in that team fight was just so huge, hitting the hooks. And then, like you mentioned, Colin, a little bit too excited. Going in a little bit early, getting one-shotted down, but now Smoke could be in trouble here under the tower. Gonna get pulled back in and taken down. That's the first kill. What does the rest of the team have here? 2.0 running for the hills. The Right of the Arcane is firing. Gonna go golden to try to buy some time, but I think it's not gonna be good here. As a Cataclysm on to 3. Flock now diving in, but Conveyable Cub is untouched. There we go, gonna get stunned up. I don't think they have the damage here as Syndicate. Huge on this fight. 4-5 now for 1. They get the ace. Baron is not up for another minute and a half, but they can at least relieve some of the pressure on the map and push out these waves.
Really well played there from Syndicate, and DoV, I mean, they are pushed up pretty far there, but not in a position that you would think would be as punishable as it was. But Sean, really the star of the show there for me, is able to start out by taking down Smoke. He brought him to the Death Realm, and then they take him down, but then also lands the 2-man pull after that as well, which allows Jarvan to just get on top of everybody, all with Tiny Tibbs just being able to rain and Conveyable Cub raining down that damage from far away. And that is the team fight setup that you really want to see from Sean's fan club if they can get it. They have that huge range advantage between the Ezreal and the Xerath if they're in a position where they're able to, isolate members into the Cataclysm from Jarvan. And so maybe that's a blueprint for them to follow here. They do cut the gold lead quite a bit, and only a 2,000 gold advantage now, but we're still fighting.
Whoa, Pandaboat. Again, a little bit aggressive here in a fighting position. Quad drive on the side. Gonna find the stun. This Flock is taking a bit forward here. And take away the ultimate, but this looks so bad for DoV Twisted. 2.0 goes down. Ohio Drive goes down. Let's see what Flock can do in the backside here, as Panda's not even in the fight. Flock having to flash over the wall in the Death Realm. But here we go. Panda's joined the party here. Depth Char's gonna find 2 as a hook lands onto Colin. but I don't think they have any damage anymore as the carriers have died. Panda will fall as well here, and that's a 3-for-1 in favor of Syndicate. Now they're going to be pushing down mid lane. They're going to try and break the base open for themselves.
Yeah, once again, they get that great use of the Cataclysm that they needed. Not important dying, but that is totally fine for the rest of Syndicate Sean's fan club, who survives through that fight. And you could see Tiny Tibbs how much value he can get out of the Arcane when you have members isolated into that Cataclysm.
Whoa.
But let's see.
Whoa! Flock going in 4v2, 4v1 even. Just gonna die. What? Why?
Also, it showed that he had 2 ultimates stolen at once, so that was a little bit interesting. It showed the Jarvan and the Braum. I assume that was a spectator bug, but
Why do you do that?
yeah, we've had some questionable setups from both teams. First, it was Syndicate Sean's fan club for a while, but now they are the ones who have gotten everything together. They take the gold lead back 30 minutes in. And in this lower bracket semifinals, we can see, again, both of these teams, they're resilient. They've both been in very back-and-forth series. I believe both of them have been in series that have gone to 5 games. And they're going to march on towards this Baron. They're going to demand a response, it looks like, from DoV Twisted.
Yeah, with Flock going down, he's not up for this play here. The Baron now started up by Syndicate. 12k HP, the remaining members of DoV.
Yeah.
And then just lurking around. They can't really walk in. They need to wait for their jungler here as the Baron will go down. Let's see what they got afterwards here. Colin gonna get out. I think everyone should be okay for the time being. And Syndicate gets away with the Baron here, and man, they're looking strong now. How quickly the tables have turned.
Yeah, again, that long-range damage that they're able to lay down is so huge. In these fights where they win, it seems like they're just able to get... they're able to get such an advantage of the health bars before anything really starts to go down. Tiny Tibbs.
Ohio Drive's finding Tiny Tibbs, flashing forward. Unleash power is enough. And that is so much damage. Basically just almost one-shotting with the ulti alone.
Yeah, I assume that he's got a lot of shards picked up at this point
Yeah, it should be
for
maxed
this
out.
Syndra. Yeah, like you said, should be maxed out at this point, which just shows... which just allows him to be able to make that play. Pretty unfortunate for Tiny Tibbs to use the flash there. The solo death isn't as big of a deal just because there's nothing active on the map, but he will not have that flash open for the next play. The other thing that is, important to note here, just in that, particularly that last big team fight that Sean's fan club was able to win, is that Nautilus just wasn't there at the beginning of the fight. I'm not sure exactly what happened. But Panda Boat has been a huge part of them being able to get on the enemy champions.
Flock is gonna get caught here. Gonna get caught in the Cataclysm, gonna go golden and try and buy some time, but I don't know if there's time to buy here. Oh, stealing the death from away. Ohio Drive huge on the backside, finds Conveyable Cub, and this could be the win for DoV Twisted here. Looking pretty good as Panda Boat taken into the death realm by Sean. That's not cool. Doesn't matter though, as he will fall, but 2.0 will avenge his support. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of DoV Twisted. Great job by Ohio Drive finding Conveyable Cub there early on in the play. And also, Tiny Tibbs wasn't even there.
Yeah, Tiny Tibbs wasn't there. I mean, it looked like it should have been a clean pick for Sean's fan club, but Flock doing an amazing job of dodging out on the Braum Q, dodging out on the initial knock-up flag and drag from Jarvan, and then from there, when he steals the Mordekaiser ultimate, it allows him to just turn it into a 1v1 and buy even more time for the rest of his team to arrive. Tiny Tibbs should be able to clear these minions out so that, it's not like the game's going to be over, but the first inhibitor will go down for...
Flashing in, finding Ohio Drive with the Cataclysm right of the Arcane is just going to be dealing some damage, but let's see if Not Important wants to continue forward. Taking the Hex Gates, Chain of Corruption is going to be used just to get Colin out of there to make sure, but oh my gosh, Not Important is so deep. Taking double Hex Gates in here, has the Guardian Angel. Flock might be in trouble, could get caught out here. I don't know if Panda saw him on that play. Looking for Flock now, gonna get spotted out. Oh, instant back channeled. Oh my gosh, that was close, and that could have been the game if Flock died there.
Yeah,
Probably would have been the game.
Yeah, that would not have been good. Just one E into the bush there from the Jarvan would have been enough, but they just didn't have the vision in there to spot him out. 1 minute left on the Dragon coming up, which would be the soul for DoV, which is another thing to note here, especially with this Hex Tech Rift. Would be a very big deal for them to be able to pick that one up. Team's probably going to start setting up for that momentarily because it is now under a minute until that one spawns. Everybody is alive. Most flashes available here. Not important, doesn't have his Tiny Tibs also without it. But yeah, most of the summoner spells will be up here, and this, it feels like this next fight could definitely determine who ends up winning this game number one.
35.5 minutes in here. The gold, 600 difference in favor of Syndicate. DoV has the 3-2 Dragon lead with the potential soul spawning in just 10 seconds as they make their way into this bottom side river. Who's going to face check in? Stun lands onto one as they look for Sean. Depth charge is going to find only one knockup. Sean buying time, taking Flock into the Death Realm. Right at the Arcane over the top. Dodged out pretty nicely by 2.0. As Smoke is buying time, gonna get caught in the Cataclysm, but a lot of damage from Ohio Drive. Gonna pop the GA. Look at Sean. Comes out of the Death Realm and goes down. Smoke still living at 1 HP. Not important. Is low. He's gonna live for the time being as Flock is chasing him forward. Do they have the damage here? Is Conveyable Cub and Tiny Tibs fighting it back? Colin's gonna get taken into the Death Realm by Flock and will fall. Look at the damage coming through here. Ohio Drive taking pretty low, but the sun connects. Tiny Tibs is under siege and will go down. Conveyable Cub, the last member standing for the time being, but not important, has based and healed. What do they have here?
What?
As the damage comes through, a double kill. 2.0, and it's only Conveyable Cub now. Hook goes just a bit wide right as the Nexus towers are falling. One goes down. Conveyable Cub has no mana either, but he's trying his best to fight it back. Gonna go down, and DoV Twisted takes game one.
Oh man, these team fights were so intense down the stretch, but it really was the Syndra who seemed to be the difference maker in those last couple of fights. It was rough early on for Ohio Drive, but he stood the course, just kept scaling on the Syndra, and the long range stuns and one shots with that ultimate later on were what it took.
are back after a absolute battle of game number 1. Back and forth. The fellas were active, and we are banning. DoV Twisted taking game 1 here, gonna take away Ash Zaya and Tom Kench. Syndicate on the other side, taking away the Blitzcrank and the Shyvana for the time being. That third one coming shortly here. But what did you think about game number 1, Elsa?
I mean, it was complete chaos. I don't think that it was the best showing, honestly, from either of the teams. Both teams had good moments, but I think that most of their good moments were enabled by some poor decision making by the side of the other team, and that happened back and forth at various moments, really quick. Smacking in that Wukong first pick here. They knew what they wanted to do, I guess, from DoV Twisted. I mean, I like the idea of having a team fight jungler. It really did come down to the team fights over and over again here, so it's good to be able to have that Cyclone ultimate from the Wukong will be important. But yeah, I mean, I would like to see both teams maybe settle it down a little bit with how they played some of these fights. But I guess, I mean, from the perspective of a viewer, we cannot really complain.
Yeah, I mean, if the more chaotic it is, the harder it is for me. So like, I'm trying to, calm down, guys. Calm down. I'm kidding. We like the chaos here, but like you mentioned, Wukong snap pick for DoV Twisted. Syndicate on the other side, picking up the Victor and the Alistar. So early support pick here for Colin. I would assume that we're gonna get a match in at least a support from Panda here. Blitzcrank Nautilus off the table. That's a lot of the hook champions, but we heard him last week say he can play other champs. He's not a hook, one trick. So we'll see what they opt to go for here, as Shiver is going to be the hover and the lock in for 2.0. We saw that. I don't remember if it was last week or if it was the week before, but have seen 2.0 on the Sivir, and this is a champion that scales really well. Once you get those 3 items, the bouncing blades hit different. And as
Yeah,
long as you can hit, strong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been pretty strong all split wrong long in CCS. Definitely was banned away in the last draft, but Panda Boat, he's not beating the hook merchant allegations yet because he picks up the last hook that he could here with the Thresh. But I mean, it is a good pairing, right, with the Sivir, just be able to have the Lantern get her to safety between that spell shield as well as the Lantern. It is a little interesting to see Sivir picked into Alistar, just because Alistar, if played correctly, can be a pretty big counter to that spell shield. If she spell shields early on, you can just allow that W to hit and then, wait to hit the Q instead. It does take some skill to make sure that you're doing it.
Okay, we back. We back. Little technical difficulties. We are we'll be fixing this. This is obviously not correct, but it will be correct shortly here. Golden's working on it, but and
Yeah.
there it is. Kaisa,
Okay, we
so
were just in the bands anyways.
yeah, we're just in the bands, no problem. Who cares? Like you mentioned, Pandabo picking up the Thresh, and then on the other side, Kaisa's the lock in for Conveyable Cub. I was considering if maybe this Victor will be going into the bottom lane, because a lot of we've been talking about mages. Victor's one of those champions that can go into the bottom lane pretty well, but with that Kaisa lock in, kind of confirms that the Victor is going to be in the mid lane here. Last 2 bans targeting out top laners from both of these teams: Set, Darius, Ornn, and Alawi taken off the table here. So looking for a top laner and a jungler from Syndicate, and some solo lanes for DoV Twisted.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like we'll see what we end up seeing here as the from Smoke, but definitely would like to probably see some kind of tank top laner. I don't feel like they got the value out of I don't feel like they got the value out of the Nasus that they were looking for. I feel like they actually just would have been better off with something like an Ornner or a Scion in that first game. Still would have been punished early on by the Mordekaiser. I mean, it didn't end up making a difference because they obviously won, and Nasus did have a little bit of side lane pressure, but definitely not as much as you kind of would have hoped for as the game went on here. So we're going to see both of the solo lanes locked in at this point from DoV Twisted. Scion is still one that would be available if they wanted to go in that direction, but maybe a different kind of tank here with the Shen does, I mean, different things, but similar role on the team.
Tank in the top lane, mage in the mid lane for DoV Twisted here. Ohio Drive feeling confident. You know, you get to see who you're picking into. So you do have the counter, opted to go with the Ari there. Xin Zhao for Syndicate in the jungle, most likely. And then waiting on this last pick here. What does Sean have? Well, could be Sean or it could be Tiny Tibbs. They like to switch it up back and forth. And it's going to be Yorick for that top lane.
I like this one. York is really annoying to play against. For something like a Shen, you're just going to get victimized by those ghouls over and over again. It's also difficult for Shen to kill the ghouls because he doesn't have a lot of AD. I mean, maybe he'll go with the Tiamat early on, but then that just kind of makes you a little bit more vulnerable even to your health bar getting burned down. York just is a really annoying champion to play against in the top lane. So we've got a little bit of a role reversal this time with the top laners, you know, no matter who it is, just as far as the split push threat, because we know Yorick with the Maiden, as he scales on, can be really, really difficult to deal with if you give him the time alone in the lane, which will be sort of an inevitability at some point because Shen is going to use that Stand United to join up with the rest of his team. So on the one side here for DoV, they've got a really traditional team fight composition. They're going to play around those two major damage dealers in their mid lane and AD carry. But on the other side, we've got more of that split push threat, more of that sort of just clearing out the waves from the Victor and trying to buy time for Yorick, ideally, to make things happen on the other side of the map. So I'm excited to see. I mean, if, you know, that could all be thrown out the window if we get a game similar to game number one. But, you know, these two team comps have very different objectives and they're going to want to play the map in different ways.
Yeah, you know what the saying goes. Everyone has a plan to get punched in the face. These guys were punching. Hopefully we get a game 2 full of punching as well. We're going to take a short break to get into the competitive integrity spectator delay, but we'll be on the rift shortly for game number 2 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. We are back onto the Rift for game number 2 of the lower bracket semifinals between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. Same size as game number 1. DoV Twisted on the blue side with Smoke in the top lane on the Shen, Flock on Wukong in the jungle, Ohio Drive on Ari in the mid lane, and 2.0 and Panda Boat rounding it out with the Sivir and the Thresh in the bottom lane.
And on the other side, we got Sean in the top lane on the York, not important in the jungle on the Xin Zhao, Tiny Tibbs in the mid lane on the Victor, and then the bot lane, we got the Purple Power duo with Conveyable Cub and Colin on the Kaisa and Alistar. We got an invade here early on from the Xin Zhao, who did not seem to be spotted. Thresh almost walking into the bush at the same moment, but not quite. So he will start on the Raptors of DoV Twisted. We'll see where I assume that he'll proceed to clear out the rest of the red side jungle of the Wukong. Will it be matched up here from DoV Twisted? We'll have to wait and see.
I think also, well, I don't know. I was not, I don't know if I was expecting Sean to take the Yorick, but
yeah, I mean, they're keeping it consistent so far with Sean in the top lane. Interestingly, this level 1, Shen is pretty strong. It's once York gets to that level 2 to 3 that I think he starts to take a little bit more of an advantage in this lane. Oh, early level 2.
gonna land a little bit, a few autos traded back, but nothing to write home about here, as Not Important has completed, or is about to complete, the full bottom side clear away, and yeah, Flock does not know. Gonna look for this gank here too, as Colin flashing forward, gonna find 2.0 with the pulverized, headbutting back into the tower as the exhaust on Conveyable Cub. Two-man play is gonna be big here. It's a nice hook from Panda Boat, flashing forward. Wind becomes lightning. He will be used as well here. Knock up onto Panda, but Flock is now in the area. First blood. Gonna go over to Conveyable Cub in this bottom lane.
And both of these mid laners also are super low. Flock is here now. Tiny Tibbs has got to be careful.
Flock going in. Tiny Tips has the flash. Gonna go in. Not enough damage on this Wukong though, as Flock is gonna potentially run straight into the top side. No, Not Important is in the area, so gonna look for that. To be able to secure those Raptors there, and this is gonna be a pretty big lead now for Not Important in this jungle. Full 3 camps up.
Smoke is going to try to bail him out, walking down to the red buff, and they do have to give that one away, but this is also an advantage now to the York as well. Actually, they're not. They're just going to walk away. No, they're not even going to take it. Did they not know where Xin Zhao went, I guess? So they're just not feeling confident enough to make that happen. Meanwhile, the wave is smashing in top lane, so Smoke is going to lose a significant amount of experience here. He's just going back, but he doesn't have the teleport either. So this is
oh man,
really
Panda.
Not a good start as Panda Boat. He doesn't have flash.
X Flash got canceled out, and Panda's just down. In the Dragon Pit, 3 people there, another kill.
Yep, they give it over to Conveyable Cub, who now has 2 kills, 3.5 minutes into the game, running a clinic. So far is Not Important.
Oh man,
who has a lot more agency this time on the Xin Zhao than he did on the Jarvan last time. And yeah, they are just really victimizing Flock at this point on the Wukong. Can they find anything here?
Nah, no way. Charm lands. Not Important's taken a little low. The numbers aren't quite there yet, though, for DoV Twisted. As they
Ari has
here
flash,
now.
But yeah,
yeah, no flash for play.
Yeah, this is just definitely some issues macro-wise that all stem from this early invade from Not Important. A really smart play to make that happen early on, and you can see so far manifesting about a 7 CS lead for the side of the Xin Zhao, but that will continue to expand a little bit since he still has that blue and red buff of his own available. And Smoke
in danger here as the cage gonna come up. Taunt, but flash forward, Sean with the Q will take him down, finding the solo kill in the top lane once again.
this is here in game 2, this is what Sean was wanting to do in the first game. I mean, you know, that first game he did end up picking up the CS lead, but look at this. He has double the CS of the Shen, also picking up the solo kill super early on here. And unlike the Nasus, things do not get easier for the Shen in this matchup. He will pick up a couple of long swords, clearly wanting to go for that Tiamat first. But again, that just leaves him even more vulnerable to the all-in from Sean's Yorick. So early on here, look at this, just 5.5 minutes in, almost a 2,000 gold lead for Sean's fan club as Ohio Drive also going to get pushed out of the lane.
Flashes traded in the mid lane. Ohio Drive quick to react. So Tibbs could not get that auto in and will be forced out the base, but now Panda's in trouble here. Going to get headbutted back in. Stun's going to be coming soon here. Conveyable Cub. Exhaust down, flashing forward. One more should be enough, and that will be enough here. The lethal tempo is procced. Another kill, third one of the game for Conveyable Cub. I think this is more kills than he had in the last game already, and we're only 6 minutes in.
Yeah, the difference in start here is huge, right? I mean, Ezreal, you know, he did end up picking up a good number of kills down the stretch, but I believe he was like 1-0-5 into 1-6. And so much better start, and on a champion that scales much harder than the Ezreal does anyways. And again, you can see how Yorick continuing to try to punish this Shen. At the very least, will just be able to continuously shove this lane in. The early last hitting under the tower. I mean, again, a little bit easier for Shen with those 2 longswords picked up, but not where he would like it to be. Yorick having this huge CS lead early. He also has the Sheen early as well, so if he is able to walk up and hit the tower, will be you know, hitting it really hard. However, he does have to be careful with Shen having the taunt. Never want to walk too far under the turret against a Shen. But yeah, a nice start to this game. It is a little bit over that 2,000 gold lead here. Is not important. You know, still also maintaining just that 7 CS lead, so a pretty decent recovery, I guess, so far by Flock, but so the damage is done early on as far as the lead that he has been able to give his AD carry here. 3-0-0 against a Sivir that will take quite a while either way, even if she was not behind, to truly be impactful in this game. In 2.0, he usually finds a will and a way to impact the game, but it's going to be difficult for him to find that here. We'll have to see, you know, how he manages that.
Block still down a couple camps, but like you mentioned before, pretty solid recovery here. Feeling all right on the Wukong as these side lanes are just going to be getting worse and worse for DoV Twisted here. Syndicate feeling so strong, and Sean just a menace on this Yorick right now, not letting Smoke do anything. And
yeah, 30 CS up.
Yeah, 30 CS up at 8 minutes is crazy. Grub's gonna be started up by Flock here, and Sean seems privy to this. Gonna walk down, and this could be not good. The first one is gonna get stolen away. Flock now versus Sean, 2 levels down. Gonna use that Cyclone. Second iteration comes through as well here, and Sean is actually getting pretty low here. Ignite's going to be taken down here. Do they have the damage to take him down? They do, as Smoke finds the kill there. Flock going to be able to pick up these last 2 grubs. So it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade of the grubs in favor of DoV Twisted. The kill will go over to Smoke. And Sean just a little bit too aggressive here. Not important. Now we're going to find Flock.
Oh!
Flashing over the wall. Oh, flashing to follow. This should be a dead Wukong here. Is not important. Going to pick up that kill and look to invade, take away a little more.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely an unforced error by Flock to use his W to get over the wall. They're not sure what he was looking for at that point. But at least they, like you said, at least they were able to pick up a couple of those grubs, able to grab that kill on Deshaun. The Stand United still always going to give so much value even when the Shen is behind. He can still use Stand United. He can still use that taunt when he gets into the fight. So, you know, we see the value of that here, trying to picking up at least 1 kill for this Shen that is super far behind early on. So it's kind of similar to that last matchup. Sean he's got this early lead. He just needs to find the discipline to use it correctly and not overstep. That's going to be the key to whether or not he'll continue to impact this top lane matchup. But I mean, like I said earlier as well, the Shen, things will get a little bit easier for him as, in the 1v1 as he gets some health, but it's nothing like the Nasus where there's sort of this inevitability factor where eventually Nasus will be able to dominate the 1v1 matchup, or at the very least hold his own. It only really goes downhill from here for Shen as far as, just this 1v1. So we'll continue to track, especially once this first turret goes down. There is still only 2 plates on that top lane turret at this point as a result of that relentless pushing. Oh, his Ohio Drive will get stunned up.
Gets stunned up. Who's chasing him down with the Chaos Storm. Will just force out Spirit Rush, and there's no problems there. Ultimate's traded in here by these mid laners as both have TP. Shouldn't be too big of a deal for Ohio Drive to come back off of that play, but Flock's hovering around this mid lane. Ohio Drive not leaving yet here as the hook lands in this bottom lane. Don't think this is what they want to fight here, but okay, look at Tibbs. Has to burn the flash. Find the stun onto Flock, and should be okay. It's not important now. Coming for backup. When becomes lighting is available. Will not be used on the champions though. Instead, trying to look and see if there's any more camps to take away. We can see that there aren't. But now this means that the bottom lane could be in trouble here.
Yeah, Alistar does have ultimate if they wanted to go for a dive, but they've got the vision.
They have vision. Yeah, they have vision here. And Flock is on the way. Ohio Drive also on the way walking down. So Syndicate cannot go for this dive as the reinforcements will be here for DoV Twisted. For the time being, about a 3,000 gold lead. Dragon in favor of Syndicate.
I like that they do show a little bit more restraint here from Syndicate. That was kind of, was a little bit of their issue, right, in the first game, is that they saw an opportunity and they would just take it really, really quickly instead of kind of evaluating where the rest of the members of the enemy team were. And as we flip over to the gold leads here, we can see it's a 1,000 gold lead in the top lane, about 600 in the jungle as well. Oh, look at the 80 carry. It's like 1,500. Yeah, so these individual gold leads, I mean, they do have good scaling here for Syndicate Sean Fan Club, so it should, they should naturally be able to continue to snowball those leads, even if they're able to maintain them for now. It's really a win for them. As those ghouls, they start to be so annoying, which is why it's nice for Smoke to at least have that Tiamat to be able to do something.
Oh, okay, taunt under the tower. Sean is in trouble, gonna be taking some aggro. Ignite's gonna be taken as well here, but the Maiden will join the party, and Sean just looking to hit this tower down.
He has no
some
mana.
Damage. No mana though, yeah, so can't go too crazy with it. We'll get that proc off of the crystals, but Smoke should feel pretty safe to clear out the rest of this wave and take a reset. Teleports have come into the game now for the top laners, so Smoke can TP back in, and that's gonna help him in this lane a little bit. He's not gonna do it now probably, but just for the time being, next time he gets chunked out.
Yeah, I mean, probably would ideally like to save it until after using a Stand United. I mean, that's kind of the OP thing on Shen, is when you can Stand United into the fight and then be able to TP right back into the top lanes like you never left. But for now, we'll just continue to pick up these minions under the wave. It is just a matter of time, though, until Yorick is able to finish off this top lane turret. This Flock is going to be in the area, but looking for a recall, potentially, maybe not. Both supports are unleashed onto the map at this point. Panda Boat, notably much less roaming early on in this one. Maybe just kind of a response to how much they did get punished for that. I mean, especially, I guess, with 2.0 getting so behind early on, it has, meant that Panda Boat is a little bit more stuck in that bot lane. 0, 3, and 0 so far in this Thresh, so kind of a tough game in comparison to what we saw from him in game number 1, where he was integral to their early success.
Flock getting aggressed on here as the Cyclone is going to be used. Let's see what they have. Tiny Tips is joining the party as well as Flock is taking low, going to go down. That's 1 kill over. If Wind becomes lighting onto Ohio Drive over the wall. Spirit Rush, try and buy some time. Stand United is going to give him an extra shield. It's not important. Taking pretty low. Taunt's gonna be through, but dashing in forward. Ohio Drive steps a little bit too close and falls. It's gonna be a trade there. So now a 2-for-1 in favor of Syndicate. A smoke. The next target taken low under this tower. And he's not long for the world. Sean gonna pick up the 3rd kill for the team in that play. A huge play now for Syndicate. That tower is gonna fall. The dragon will go to them as well, and that breaks open the game to a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, even though Not Important goes down, super important that he ends up picking up the kill on the Ahri before that. Still able to pick up some gold in response. And so now Sean is so much more unlocked. That first turret going down, it's much more difficult, for the control, at least as far as like the control of the map, for Shen to sit under turret when he only has his secondary turret, because it just means that entire half of the jungle ends up being forfeited towards Not Important, who already has that lead over 1,000 gold in the jungle over Flock. And so now the map just gets that much more difficult as Tiny Tibbs forcing the flash out of this Ahri. It's rough here. 5,000 gold lead, 16 minutes into the game. And yeah, in comparison to that last one where we saw the gold lead really swinging back and forth early on, we've seen in this one that Syndicate Sean's fan club took control of it, and they have held onto it from there, able to finish off that second outer turret. Mid lane should be the next one to follow, and not too long, just one more plate left on that one. And DoV twisted their, it's like we talked about in the Champions Select. DoV, they have this really traditional team fight composition, but they never had the time to pick up the resources that they needed to get it off of the ground. It's never a team composition that excels until, 15, 20 minutes into the game, and that's assuming that you're sort of scaling in a more calm setting. But given the fact that there's been so much chaos created by Sean's fan club, since minute 1 of this game, it just means that this team composition never had the time to bloom. And, on the other side, Sean's fan club, they've just been running it.
Tibbs flashing forward there. Not going to get anything out of Ohio Drive, but we'll just be able to chunk him out. Send him back to base, get this wave pushed here. Dragon spawning in 25 seconds. It is the Infernal, I believe, so there is the Inferno blazes onto the rift here, and Syndicate, they're on fire in this game. Up about 6k still. Gonna be sitting on a Infernal Soul point at just 18 minutes into the game. I mean, wow. That's dominance.
Yeah, that is, they're really dominating in every aspect of the map. They're ahead in every single lane, every single role. They have an advantage here. Other than the Alistar, interestingly, 2 levels down, but it doesn't matter because he's just able to use his ultimate to tank this up.
Colin is just in the mix, fighting position here. Gonna get charmed up, but now Tiny Tibbs on the flank. Looking for 2.0, but just a little bit of damage here as Wind becomes lighting onto Flock. Do they go for it? Charm connects onto Not Important. Crescent Guard's gonna find the knockback onto 3. Uh-oh, Panda Boat is down. Let's see what Flock can do. Cyclone's onto 3 in the backline. Colin trying to deal some damage. Ohio Drive's gonna take him down as Fable Cub going in, finding 2. Double kill now for Not Important. And that's a 3-for-1 in favor of Syndicate. And they just continue their dominance in this game. They get the dragon, they get the kills, and they're going to be trying to take these inner towers next.
Yeah, you can see in that fight, it's just, I guess, ultimately, Colin does end up going down. But you can just, they're slapping him with their wallets, really, at this point, from Sean's fan club. So far ahead. The Kaisa feeling super, super strong. I believe does have, the double evolution at this point, with the 2 items completed. So it's just going to be really, really difficult to find the angles in these fights. It would take some, very good hook setups from the Thresh, but by the time that you're in position to set that up, you're already dead, and also they just don't have the control of the map.
Oh no. They're on to smoke here. Is gonna find the 2-man taunt to get out. Stun's gonna come through. Do they have the damage? Smoke has to flash away to safety. Sean is not interested in stopping, flashing forward, but the shield is enough to keep him alive. It's now 2.0 trying to hit onto Sean. Pandabo coming into the party now is hopefully they can give this over to 2.0. As they do, the shutdown goes over. And that's a lot of gold for the Sivir. Ohio Drive now looking at Colin. No charm available though, and Colin's gonna be able to walk it out, but a kill going back over to DoV Twisted. It's gonna help 2.0, but is it too little too late?
Yeah, I mean, that is Sean going too far there. They're able to get the, push the Shen out of the lane. Did not need to flash forward, and ultimately ends up leading to him going down as Tiny Tibbs could be in a bit of trouble. That first turret is still up if he can get there. Doesn't have flash.
No flash here as the Cyclone plus the Taunt is going to be enough CC to take him down. Shutdown over to Smoke. And Panda and Ohio Driver in this bottom lane going to be able to take that tower with the Rift Herald. But on the other side of the map, Syndicate just onto the Baron. There's going to be nothing that DoV can do. This is going to be Baron over to Syndicate.
Yeah, at just 21 minutes into the game, they know that they have such a big lead. They see Flock on that bottom half of the map. Finally, the first tower of the game will be taken down by DoV Twist, and they will ride it onto the next turret as well. But the recalls do mean that if Sans Fan Club wanted to get back there, they could. However, it's just Colin going back there so far. But that's enough to dissuade the push.
Not important. Gonna go in here. Hook's gonna be true. They're dealing a lot of damage to him here. When becomes lightning going in, Taunt's gonna be enough here. Is now Cub coming in with the killer instinct. Does he have the damage to take down anyone here? Smoke is taken pretty low, but the charm connects. Conveyable Cub having to flash after safety here, but the hook is true from Pandabo to the shutdown goes over. As now they're looking for Tiny Tibbs. Charm hits again as the hook hits again. Oh my goodness, DoV Twisted. Signs of life. What can Sean do in the 1v3? Is it anything? He finds one. Ohio Drive is in trouble, but it is not enough. And a 5 for 3. DoV Twisted punches back.
That was like the only way that Sean's Fan Club could possibly lose a fight, which is that they all just went in basically one by one. Yeah, I mean, the other team does still do damage. So, I mean, it's kind of a bummer, though, because, I mean, not only is it a bummer because they lose the team fight when they absolutely should not have, but they also lose their Baron buff on all 5 members. Would have liked to see Sean just commit to the split push there, as opposed to, as Ohio Drive is caught out.
Block, run! What are you gonna do? Block, Ohio Drive caught out, recalling there, not important. Able to get a kill back. But the gold lead has now shrunk to about 3.5K. So what was once a 7-ish thousand gold lead has been cut in half off the back of that play from, I don't know if it was a play from Syndicate or was it a play from DOT, because it was kind of just an in from one side and a one team up from the other. But Dragon is gonna go down here. That is the Infernal Soul going over to Syndicate, and that's not gonna make it any easier for DoV in these fights here.
4 members now committed to the top half. I guess we've got the recall. No recall from 2.0.
Oh man, they're going on to Sean now as this tower is under siege. Taking pretty low, but the damage is enough, I think, here. As 2.0 is taking low, but will he go down? No. Able to survive the onslaught, but Ohio Drive goes down to the bottom side, and this is 4 members strong into the base of DoV Twisted. The bottom lane inhibitor will fall, and it's a 1-for-1, but Syndicate cracks open the base and takes that bottom inhibitor.
Yeah, they do crack open the base. However, given the existence of the objective bounties being up, I'm pretty sure it is a positive gold trade for DoV Twisted. It's only a 2.8 gold lead at this point. And the Sivir is now 4-1-3, has 3 items completed, including the Infinity Edge. And so that is the thing that you need to look at here is 2.0. They will need to get to him in the backline at some point here if they're going to win this game, assuming that, DoV does choose to eventually answer the split push pressures from Sean's fan club, but that there is now a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel if you are DoV. I mean, we talked about they're this team fight composition. They have the Shen, stand united. They've got the Thresh. They've got the tools that they need to keep this Sivir safe. Can 2.0 put on a hero performance in these team fights? It's still not going to be easy, but it looks very much more doable than it did just, 4 or 5 minutes ago for DoV. It is important to note that that Infernal Soul being on the side of Sean's fan club is going to be really important. It also, though, means that we're going to have a very relatively early Elder Dragon, which is always the huge, dangerous thing when you're a team that is stacking the dragons so quickly and you're so far ahead. Now it's a little bit closer. If there was a world where DoV could take that Elder Dragon, they might be able to win a team fight and turn this game around. That's still 3.5 minutes away, so they've got a little ways before they're able to get there, but they also are able to clear out these waves pretty easily with this Sivir at the helm.
Ohio Drive gonna find Colin and Tiny Tibbs in the jungle here, but right now Syndicate trying to just set up vision in DoV's jungle, set up this Baron that's spawning in 1 minute. It's a little bit under a 3k gold lead right now, but judging from this is the same gold lead that we saw at 5 minutes into the game. So what looked to be quite bad for Syndicate, they haven't really been able to capitalize too much. I mean, they've been in control of the game, but they haven't been able to really break things open. They got the Baron, but then they just inted. So.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they get. I talked about how they brought so much chaos into the game early on, which worked out for them. At this point, though, the chaos does not seem to be working to their advantage any longer, as there's a lot of vision in this side of the jungle for Sean's fan club, trying to sit there, trying to find some sort of pick, but they're not going to fall for it for DoV.
Here we go, not important. Starting off the fight. Pandaboat's in trouble here, going to flash away. Rescue card is going to be used, but the charm is proper, and for the time being, DoV has absorbed the engage. Let's take a look.
Baron's up though now.
Smoke in the bottom lane, pushing away, has the stand united and the teleport available. Baron has spawned. Panda has got chunked out a little bit, but I think it's not enough for them to really be scared to contest this. See if they have to go for it. 5k on the Baron. Should go down to Syndicate, but what happens after? Just all 5 channel recall. Smoke's gonna have to get out of there. I don't know if he'll be able to get the tower. I don't think so, but this mid lane tier 1 will fall. And the Goldie now under 2,000.
Yeah, it does just continue to shrink away for Sean's fan club. I like that they forced the Baron there after they pushed the rest of the team away into that bottom side river. So they're still doing some good things here as far as trying to push their lead. The Victor, Tiny Tibbs, 1E just hitting so hard onto Ohio Drive. And maybe this time they can actually make use of this Baron instead of forcing a team fight that they did not need to like they did the last time, and they're going to try to do just that, which is also very good timing as far as their ability to control the map with this Elder Dragon coming up in just 50 seconds. Remember, though, in that first game, we did see Flock did manage to steal that one dragon away, so he's got the sauce. It's just a question of if they'll be able to get in position to make that happen. We'll have to see.
Got a 1-4-ish right now for Syndicate, with Sean in the top lane, the rest of the team around this mid lane here. As the bottom lane inhibitor will respawn. Going to be a little less pressure for DoV in that bottom side, but Sean is just so tough for anyone to deal with on the top side of the map here. Ohio Drive doing what he can, but it's not much you can do against the Yorick, who's in the position that he's in right now. Is the Elder Dragon about to spawn? Flock knows it can't be safe in there. Rest of the team on the way. Gonna go in. Damage is coming through. Stand united. Gonna try and buy some time. This conveyable Cub and Pandaboat is in a fighting position here. They're going in. Taunt's gonna land onto one as Colin goes through. Panda Boat in the front lines, taking low. He's gonna go down. As Ohio Drive now going on to Conveyable Cub over the wall, flashing forward. Charles gonna connect, but goes golden. They have enough damage to take it down. Killer Instinct is gonna get a big shield, and Conveyable Cub will win the 1v1. Look at 2.0 on the other side here as Sean falls. The bouncing blade doing so much damage. Oh! The Void Seeker connects and explodes the Sivir. Right now it's a 3-for-1, sorry. In favor of Syndicate. They're gonna be feeling good about this here as Wind becomes lightning over the wall. Not important. Looking for more. It's Block and Smoke taking to 1 HP. The Elder Dragon is going down unless Flock has something miraculous here. They're gonna get forced out by Tiny Tibbs, and the Elder Dragon secured by Not Important. And Syndicate now feeling good wearing Elder.
Yeah, that could be the nail in the coffin for DoV, because especially with how strong this Victor is at this point, hasn't been the one to collect the kills, but still, you know, you can see the amount of damage he does to these squishy champions. Same with Conveyable Cub, who's 8 kills strong at this point. You could see the Void Seeker exploding like at least a quarter of the health bar from the Sivir, who felt like she was safe over the side of the wall. Was not the case. And it's just one more team fight into the base here for Syndicate Sean's fan club to be able to finish this one out. They have expanded the gold lead back out to around 4,000+ gold. And Sean is going to get into position in this bottom lane with the split push Yorick. They just need to find the right clean angle to finish this one out. They don't want to make the same mistakes that they have made earlier in this series with their team fighting. Oh,
Block on a flank here. It's Not Important is the target. Smoke in the front line's gonna have to flash out to safety as Sean teleports in to join the team. No casualties so far, but 2.0 takes a Void Seeker to the back on the way out, taking pretty low. Let's go back to the base. Charm's not gonna connect for anyone from Ohio Drive. Sean takes his place back into that bottom lane. There's TP coming back. Everyone is here again. This next fight should happen soon here. They find Colin, but that's not really the guy you want. Gonna chunk him out to about half HP as the Elder Dragon has about 30 more seconds on it, I believe, here. Base is gonna open in this mid lane as the inhibitor will fall in both there and the bottom lane. Nexus Towers, the next target for Syndicate. What does DoV have? Can they find an angle onto anyone? Conveyable Cub does have the Zonias as well, so even if they find him, Colin now the target, gonna be taunted under the tower, taken down. Flock finds a kill there. Not Important now diving into the backline, flashing forward. Do they have the damage to take this down? As Ohio Drive looking for it. The shutdown comes through for 2.0. 2.0 is gonna fall. Conveyable Cub's gonna go golden, but it's not gonna be enough here. It's now Tiny Tibbs versus the world. 1v3. DoV Twisted punches back, and they're looking to find this ace here. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch Tiny Tibbs, but a 4-for-2, and DoV stands strong at their Nexus Towers.
2.0, he ends up going down, but only after he does the damage that they needed to get it done. 4.5 items now on this Sivir, and really hitting hard, as this game feels so much harder than it should be for Sean's fan club. They try to force that fight under the Nexus turrets, but they just don't quite have the sauce. Colin was already too low to begin with. Even then, with his ultimate, taking multiple turret shots, goes down very quickly, and after that, there's just a lack of front line for Sean's fan club to be able to continue the fight. The Baron is back up once again, though, so these objectives being kind of staggered has seemed to have benefited Sean's fan club, as they can just kind of take them down one by one. Both teams will be in position to contest this one, and this is going to be in our next big fight.
No Stand United for Smoke for a little bit of time. It's about 3/4 off cooldown. The Baron has spawned. You see Smoke takes his reset and runs up immediately. Baron started by Syndicate, and again, I don't think DoV wants to contest here. They're just happy to give this one over, push out these waves, try and stall some more time as Panda Boat on the front lines finds Not Important. Let's see what they can do. Tiny Tibbs aggressed on, but the knockup is good from Flock. What can 2.0 do? Nothing, as 2.0 goes down. Conveyable Cub with the assassination here, and this looks like it might be the end here. Syndicate clean wiping the team fight so far. 2 down, 3 down. Smoke will be the 4th to go eventually, as he's just actually going to be able to get out and cut this wave in the mid lane for the time being. The bottom wave is on the way.
Wave into the base.
Yeah, bottom wave is on the way. Ohio Drive, the last member standing for DoV Twisted. As this should be the end of the game. 20 seconds on 2.0, 15 on Panda Boat. With these Nexus Towers, 3 super minions baroned up. Gonna be on this bottom side here, and I don't think there's anything Ohio Drive can do. The first Nexus Tower falls. The second, not long for the world either, as Ohio Drive tries to make the hero play. But Tiny Tip's just gonna go golden, and Syndicate's gonna take game 2 in pretty commanding fashion.
Yeah, it looked a lot harder than it should have here for Syndicate after the early start that they got off to. But they do end up finishing it out. I mean, I do think that it's a little bit of a bad omen here for Syndicate that it, takes that big of a lead for them to be able to finish out one of these games. But at the end of the day, the scoreboard is what matters, and it's 1-1.
1-1 indeed. Syndicate, Sean's fan club evens up the series. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly for the pick and ban of game number 3. And we are back for the pick and the ban of game number 3 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. Syndicate striking back in game number 2 and evening up the series here as these bans are getting going. Same sides again. DoV Twisted going to ban away the Ash, the Caitlyn, and the Tom Kench. On the other side, Syndicate getting rid of some junglers in the Shyvana and the Nocturne, along with the blitz from Panda, and immediately a first pick Jinx by DoV Twisted. I think you're muted. As we're figuring that out here, on the other side, we got Vi is the hover for now from Syndicate. Will be locked in. Still no sound.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. There he is. He's back.
All right. I don't know what happened. Okay. Well, I was just what I was saying. As I was saying, I think it makes sense for DoV to prioritize this strong 80 carry, even when 2.0 was so far behind in that second game. He was still able to make a big impact once he was able to pick up some items, and they play around that 80 carry so well. But this time, I guess my issue here with Syndicate's Sean's fan club is they had a great game number 2 early on in the game. Are they going to be able to manufacture that same situation in this next one? It's not every day that your jungler is able to get the invade off unimpeded. But we got some interesting picks coming in here with Rek'Sai being the selection here from DoV.
Yeah, and Yunara on the other side for Syndicate. So we got these junglers and 80 carries picked up in the first 2 for both of these teams. We'll see what DoV opts to go for their third pick, and it's going to be a Lissandra for Ohio Drive. So we're all over the place with this draft right now. 80 carry, jungler, and mid laner.
Yeah, lots of blind picks so far here. I mean, I guess that they knew the jungle matchup for DoV, but I mean, I guess so far looking over to the team composition from Syndicate Sean's fan club, they also have this strong scaling 80 carry option in the Yunara, also grabbing that Vi, which is of course going to be great to be able to dive into that into the backline and get onto that Jinx. And with the Hui being locked in too, I mean, Tiny Tibbs has been really the kind of consistent member here throughout the first couple of games for Syndicate Sean's fan club, both times playing those kind of long range mages. Can't get quite as long range, I guess, as the Xerath, but kind of matching that same idea here. So going to continue to have that stability in the mid lane, should have quite a bit of a range advantage over the Lissandra early on. Although I don't anticipate Ohio Drive having too much of an issue in this lane. So bans coming through here, lots of support being banned out, and we haven't seen any of the top laners yet. So I'm guessing that just like last time, they will save that for Sean, that last pick, and we will see some kind of support here.
I got a feeling Panda might pull out the Renata.
Didn't he?
All the
He played that last week, I think.
Yeah, played it last week. They won on it. It's really good with Jinx too, because you have that second life. Bang, there it is.
Go.
Renata and the Ornn locked in here for DoV Twisted to round out their composition, and it's pretty standard front to back. They're I feel like they're gonna be feeling good about their composition in this draft here. We'll see what Sean wants to take into the top lane, into the Ornn. I assume it's just gonna be a tank though.
Yeah, I mean, he can play pretty much anything that he wants into this Ornn. Could go for the tank. I was gonna say Darius. I couldn't remember if it was banned away against Smoke or if it was banned against Sean, but Darius is gonna be the lock-in here. will definitely, or should at least theoretically present a pretty difficult 1v1 matchup for the Ornn, but it is a very, very volatile pick. If it gets behind, it starts to become a point where Ornn doesn't have to worry about it too much, and he does not have anywhere near the amount of contribution to the 5v5 team fight that Ornn is able to bring. And I mean, but this strategy, it did work out for them last game. I remember with Sean getting the better of the matchup against the Shen early on, and that was part of the issue that allowed Syndicate to continue opening up the map. So we're going to have to watch these early levels for Sean versus Smoke. It has been a point of attention really this entire series. And as you mentioned, Right Chains, it is again one of these front to back team compositions from DoV Twisted, but can they get through these early levels unimpeded? Because that was the issue last game. If they can come out of the early game even or ahead, I think that they shouldn't have any issue taking down this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Both of these junglers want to be ready. They like to gank early, so the early game should be pretty impactful in this one. Now that we're through with draft, though, we do have a nice little segment brought to you by our producer Golden. It's based off of the childhood game Kiss Mary Kill, and so our options for today: Spirit Blossom Springs Yunara, Ocean Song Nidalee, and Pool Party Caitlyn. And skies out, thighs out, baby. We're in middle of summer right now, so it's a water theme today. Elsie, you want to go first on this one?
So I did this challenge without actually looking at the skins whatsoever. I just tried to make it a
Okay.
little bit even more challenging. I mean, I know Pool Party, the only skin here that I am really familiar with is Pool Party Caitlyn, which has got to be one of my least favorite Caitlyn skins. I don't know why, I just really don't like the aesthetic of it. So based on that alone, I just decided to go ahead and kill the Caitlyn. What I will say here is I'm very disappointed that the Nidalee splash doesn't really give you any idea of what she looks like in the other form. I just love, Nidalee as a champion, in my
It
opinion,
does.
is
She's
very
resting
aesthetic.
her
So,
right hand on
so,
herself, by the way. You can't
oh,
really see it.
okay.
It does.
I see, I see, I see. We got
She's in
some
the back, yeah.
confirmation from producer. It's just this version of the splash makes it a little harder to see. But so, I mean, Nidalee in general, big fan of Nidalee, and I guess Yunara was the last one left with my known hatred of this Caitlyn skin in particular. So that's how it rolled out for me.
Yeah, for me it was pretty easy choice because I'm allergic to cats, so I can't be rocking with Nidalee like that. So she had to go. And then in between Spirit Blossom Springs Yunara and Pool Party Caitlyn, you know, I like Caitlyn better as a champion, but I just feel like the Blossom Springs energy kind of fits my vibe a little more. So that's why I opted to go for the Mary on the Yunara skin, just the kiss for the Caitlyn because she also got that gun. I don't want her pointing that at me too much,
Mm.
even though it's a water gun. I'm not trying to get hit in the face. You know what I mean? So we could be in and out, and not have to let it linger too long. Did uh
Oh,
did Pop Tart want to get in here or no?
I suppose I can.
All right.
Uh, so I mean, I chose Mary Caitlyn because like Caitlyn has the best job out of all of them. Obviously, she's taken down criminals. She's hot as fuck. Like you can marry her easy. Like she'll make all the money, and I can just sit back and look pretty. Um, I chose to kiss Nidalee because I was like, you know what? We're gonna kiss Nidalee, call her a pretty kitty. It works, right? Love cats. Not allergic, thank God. I would probably be dead because I
same.
love cats too much. And then I was like, you know what? Like my only final option is I have to kill Yunara. And I was like, you know what? And I don't know if you saw this in chat when I wrote it. If I kill Yunara, Shen's gonna get upset, so then Shen will show up, and then I can like touch Shen's abs. It works.
All right.
Win-win all around.
I I also want to add that even though Yunar's been out for a bit, I still don't really know what the champion does. So marrying her will give me a chance to like learn about her and stuff like that. So I feel like that's it's a little bit of a gamble. It's a little bit of a mystery box, but you know what? I like a gamble every once in a while.
Also, I got my microphone.
All right. Well,
on
hope you guys
the
enjoyed. Let
stream.
us know what you guys got in the Twitch chat. We're
They
gonna take
can't
a
hear
short
me.
break to
I
get
got
through
my
this competitive
microphone.
and
Wait,
technically.
wait, wait. I want to
Hold
give
on.
my piece.
Oh.
I'm gonna give my piece. Hi, it's Golden, everybody. I got my microphone on this time. I just have to say, the theme being skies out, thighs out, or skies out, thighs out. Which one of these splash arts bodies it? You just can't argue with Yunara.
Okay.
Like, she absolutely bodies that. Like, the thighs are on full display. It's just like a bonus for Nidalee, and Caitlyn's just kind of there. Like, if you look at these 3 splash arts, Yunara knows she's sexy and knows she's gonna fuck you, and the other 2 don't really know. So that's my
The other 2 are
opinion.
just chilling, like, they're living their best lives. That's why we kill Yunara, because she's, like, the ego. And then the
No,
other
I
2 are
want the
just
ego.
living.
I
They're
want the
enjoying.
smoke. I want her to look at me like that.
Fair.
Anyways, that's my opinion. Thanks.
Gotcha.
That's why I'm marrying Yunara. Let's go. All right. Well, okay, now we're gonna throw it to a quick break to get through this competitive integrity spectator delay. Let us know who you got in the chat. Tell us if we're right or wrong. We'll be right back. And we are on to the Rift for game number 3 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. Same sides once again. Smoke in the top lane on the Orin Flock, on Rek'Sai in the jungle, Ohio Drive on Lissandra in the mid lane, and 2.0 and Panda Boat on the Jinx and the Renata in the bottom lane.
For Sean's fan club, we got Sean himself in the top lane on the Darius. We got Not Important in the jungle on the Vi, Tiny Tibbs on the Hui in the mid lane, and then Conveyable Cub and Colin got the Yunara, and oh my goodness, my brain is not working. The other champion, Rel, that's what it was. In the bottom lane. We're still invading.
We're still
Level
invading
1.
here. Darius is going to be a little stronger in this level 1 than the Ornn will be. Here we go, Not Important. Taking away the camp for the time being. 12k, or 1200, sorry. This Flock trying to come around. Let's see what they got on this. Smite comes through to Flock, and this is an early level 2 now. Knockup is huge onto both, and Not Important has to flash away. But look at the Darius stacking it up. Gonna find the full procs. We'll trade it back for the time being, and I don't think this is good for Smoke. Smoke's not gonna win this 1v1 here. Taking down, a double kill comes through for Sean. And disaster for DoV Twisted.
Really interesting start to this game. So, I mean, Flock does, at the very least, avoid complete disaster by picking up the level 2 early, and they do pick up the first blood. So the Rek'Sai will, not lose out in the same way that Flock did in the game number 2. However, it's even worse than we could ever have expected as a start here for the Darius. 2-0-0, immediately able to pick up that double longsword, and come back to the lane with that, as Smoke is going to have to play out this lane so carefully. Ugh.
Yeah,
Wow.
that was brutal. I mean, that's as bad of a start as it can get if you're Smoke in this game. You're just like, wow. I already was gonna have a rough time with the Ornn. I mean, on the Ornn into Darius. Now he gets a double kill level 1.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if you're the Ornn there, you're just like, please, Rek'Sai, can you just run to your other camp and not make this fight happen?
Yeah.
But he was just absolutely committed to contesting it.
Whoa. You're looking out to Colin here as the traps come through, and nice job by Panda finding that pick, and the kill goes over to Flock.
Yeah, Flock now 2-1-0 here, 3 minutes in, so getting very active early on, as Sean trying to set up the he's trying to get behind the minions here for the proxy, and he will make his way behind there. It's pretty difficult here with the last hitting under the turret for smoke early on, especially hitting those ranged minions. Sean getting really, really low. Flock is on this side.
Yeah, Sean is
What
just gonna die here. Has the flash
Okay.
away. Oh, and will get to execute there, flashing away from Flock. So nice job by Sean to not give over the shutdown, but still burning the flash. Not ideal, but at least you didn't give away the shutdown.
Yeah, certainly not ideal to give away the flash, but yeah, they cannot afford any more gold going into the hands of this Rek'Sai early on. But yeah, I mean, I guess he must have just figured that because Flock was just in the bottom lane for that gank, wouldn't have been able to make it over. But remember, with the Rek'Sai tunnels, she is able to make her way around the map more efficiently than you would expect. Already going back to pick up that Tiamat, so trying to accelerate this clear early on against the Vi, who will be trying to farm towards that level 6 before she's able to make too much of an impact on the map here. No camps up at the moment, though, so she will potentially try to make her way into the bot lane for the gank here, as these mid laners have also really been duking it out. Nothing really coming of these trades, but really, really going at each other early on are both Ohio Drive and Tiny Tibbs. So you feel like it will only be a matter of time until there's either a solo kill or some kind of jungle involvement here. Of course, Ohio Drive will get a little bit, will have quite a bit more safety available to him once he hits level 6 on the Lissandra, which has been ticked over to now. And it is going to be not important, it looks like, trying to set up some kind of lane gank here in the bot lane. We'll see if Colin would be able to start it off. Wave is shoving
the wave
in.
is pushing. Yeah, it's a good wave, but DoV bottom lane, they know they wanted to take this back, and they do not overextend. That would have been destructive. So feeling all right.
Yeah.
Not important is going to get seen out now, and with those extra camps that Flock had up, you know, now sitting at 4 camps up on this Vi. So really strong on the Rek'Sai. In the mid lane, you mentioned the duking out between these two. A little bit of a CS lead has spawned for Tiny Tibbs. About a wave and a half as Ohio Drive looking to push that wave in and crash it. It's going to be potentially 2 waves now.
Early dragon here will also come through for DoV. Flock utilizing that bit of a tempo advantage, as well as the recall timing from his bot lane to be able to make it to this dragon here, whereas not important, just still, again, wants to get to that level 6, is just going to be quite a bit delayed. Oh,
Land to this mid lane here, as they might have found Tiny Tibbs. Has the flash available, but he is going to use it. Ohio Drive will follow it up as well. Not important in the area, but not going to be able to take the kill now as we go into this top lane. Ohio Drive still pretty strong. Does not have that ultimate anymore, but whoa, look at Colin with a flash in engage. Panda has to flash out to safety here as Convey will flashing in. All right, we are back. In that bottom lane, Hannibal going down. I didn't use the W, but here we go into this top lane. We go here as Ornhorn is sounded. Rek'Sai ultimate's gonna come through and secure the kill onto Sean. Flock now 3-1 on this Rek'Sai, and man, it is. She's strong.
yeah, it's going to be a problem, and I mean, with that gank in the mid lane, not important, just continuing to really waste some time, wasting resources, trying to get in there to help the mid laner out, but by the time she made it, already gonna be dead as, ooh.
Home into this mid lane from Panda. The handshake misses though, so that means that they don't have the ability to take down Tiny Tibbs, and also Frozen Tomb not available for Ohio Drive, so just getting a chunk out there. And with that, Flock and Ohio Drive going to turn their sights on to these grubs in the top lane. Sean, though, he knows what's up here. Flock's going to secure the first one with the smite. We'll see here as Smoke walks his way over, and for the support here should be enough to secure the rest of these grubs for DoV Twisted.
Yeah, it would have been a 1v3. So he smartly does not choose to go in. Decided to, go into the 1v2 in that scenario last game when he was Yorick, and that did not work out. So certainly would not have been good with another person. I mean, since Sean got that lead level 1, looking for this fight here, but I mean, Smoke has done a pretty good job of remaining safe here. Since that time, it's only been...
Oh my heavens! Oh my heavens!
He's really trying to force these fights, but he's just not able to find anything. Yeah, I mean, Darius 2-2-0 after starting 2-0-0. Not what you want to see. Oh!
Okay, here we go into this mid lane. Here's Ohio Drive going to use the ultimate. Catching,
Dead!
not important, under the tower. Going to go down here. They turn their sights onto Tiny Tibbs. A double kill comes through for Flock. And that is disaster for Syndicate in that mid lane.
Yeah, it just seems like nothing can go right for Not Important this game. Trying to find that gank into the mid lane. The ultimate follows Ohio Drive under the turret, and then he's just easily able to root the Vi up. And, yeah, I mean, does not end up looking pretty there. Bot lane still doing good. 20 CS lead here for this Yunar, who did pick up that kill in the 2v2 early on. But that's really all... I mean, that's really the main thing that's looking good here for DoV. I mean, for the Darius... He has completed an item, has managed to deny a lot of farm from this Ornn. As we can see, he's got over double the amount of farm that Ornn has been able to pick up early as he misses the apprehend. But it's, hasn't been able to accelerate things as far as kills. Also has not really been able to get much done as far as chunking out this turret. Just one turret plate taken down so far. And so Smoke is just going to continue to not be greedy. He doesn't want to die in this 1v1, picking up whatever farm he can, and he knows that he still will have so much utility in the team fights here later on.
There you go. Now
This
is
be it,
Sean
though.
getting a crest on. Ornhorn is going to get sounded. Knockups are true
Oh!
twice, and Smoke finds the solo kill. Oh, man. I mean, if Sean, we saw some tilt from Sean, I think, a little bit earlier, where he flashed forward, didn't find anything. He's got to be tilted after that.
Yeah, he just isn't able to hit the R button. If he had, I think he would have had enough damage to take down Smoke. But the double brittle, double knock-up from the Ornn doing the work he needs it to do. And he is able to pick up the solo kill. This is the issue. I mean, it's been the meta for quite a while here now for Darius to pick up that Youmuu's Ghostblade first. However, it means that you're really, really squishy. You have a lot of damage, but if you don't have the time to get that damage down, this is what happens.
Here we go. Big engage coming in from Syndicate here as Pandabo's taking low, flashing forward. Conveyable is going to find one kill as Flock dives under, trying to find the Yunar, but not going to be able to as Yunar chasing him down on the other side of the fight, though. It looks good for Syndicate. As Ohio Drive, the last member standing here. It's a 4-4-1. Was Smoke at that play, or did Smoke die top lane?
He died because Darius picked up another kill, so we didn't see it, but there was a solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, so huge play for Syndicate. Dragon goes over to DoV Twisted, but they get a lot of kills on the backside.
Yeah, and Conveyable Cub, I think most importantly for Syndicate, continues to get fed and will be a problem in this game. 3-0-1 on the Yunara. First item completed for her. Finally going back to the base now and able to pick up a lot more already. So, yeah, I mean, in a good position here. Also, again, we did not see what happened in the top lane, but it is really big for Sean to be able to come back and get a little bit of vengeance with a solo kill against Smoke. So he still will be dangerous in this top lane. And I mean, Darius, he's not necessarily a team fighting champion, but if Darius has enough resources in the chaos of a team fight, he can be dangerous. So that will be something else to look out for here for Syndicate Sean's fan club once we get into the more 5v5 team fight phases of this game. Whether or not the Darius can find the angles, if he's able to take down one champion early, he does start to apply those bleed stacks 5 at a time.
Way into the bottom lane here is the Frozen Tomb going to be used. Cleanse is going to be to get Conveyable Cup out of that. But look at the damage traded back here so much. As now Colin is the target. Will fall. As Super Mega Death Rocket, not enough damage. Conveyable Cup is out of there. But a 1-for-0 play for DoV Twisted in the bottom lane. Means this tower is going to be under siege here as Flock looking for more. Just going to cancel that recall from Conveyable Cup and 2.0 should be able to pick up another blade or two on this tower and deny a lot of CS for Conveyable Cup. And positive trades all around here for DoV Twister right now. Ooh, not going to find the knockup, but they're playing into this mid lane. The resources are here. The reinforcements have joined the party as Flock diving in under the tower. Not enough damage to take down Tiny Tims, but will live for the time being as Cannonboat now joins the party. Ohio Drive gonna get knocked up, but oh man, look at that's a huge hostile takeover. Gonna hit all three and let Ohio Drive live for the time being. A battle in the mid lane, but no casualties.
Yeah, nice disengage there by Panda Boat, who, you know, we talked about has been really, really powerful on this Yunara. Both of the times that we've seen him get his hands on it. Oops, smoke.
Whoa, Sean finding a solo kill again. I doubted him, and he solo killed twice. So I cast a curse. Sorry, Smoke.
Yeah, he just finding the moments to hit that R button. You could see how much. Oh.
Super Mega Death Rocket snipe from 2.0 gonna pick up that kill across the map on Sean.
Yeah, we like the zoom in there. Unfortunate for Sean that he gets taken down, but he still does accelerate his lead in the 1v1 against the Ornn and has now taken this tower down to just one plate. So it's kind of similar to that York into Shen situation where once he is able to take down that first turret, it does get a lot harder for Ornn to exist in this lane. Darius, he has not only the Ghost, but he also has the Ghost Blade. So, you know, all of those Ghost-related things allowing him to run down the Ornn in the lane once he gets that first turret down. So that's something that I'm going to be tracking at this point. Although at this point, Sean, not interested in going back up into the top lane. Instead, coming down to the bottom half of the map where this dragon is going to be spawning in just a few moments. And it looks like Ornn has also transitioned down into the bot lane. So we do have the opportunity to potentially see a full 5v5 team fight. However, Flock also in the top lane, I guess, becoming a solo laner, dropping this Rift Herald down to take down this top lane turret.
Tiny Tibbs is there to respond, but yeah, Smoke now in trouble. It's not important as join the party. They have the CC to take down. Cease and desist should be enough to do it, along with the dunk from Sean. Smoke down once again, the fourth time in this game that Smoke falls, and looking at the gold right now, a 300 gold lead in favor of, well, now it's less, of Syndicate. But DoV Twisted first into this pit, first into this bottom side river here. We'll see what they can do as Flock looking for not important. Gets zoned off of the play. Smoke is back in 5 with the TP. I think for the time being they are able, but look at Sean on the flank here. Gonna find Flock on the backside. Engage coming in here. Conveyable Cup, watch what he can do. But look at hostile takeover 2 onto 3. Warhorn gets sounded and Conveyable Cup is down. Look at Sean on the backline trying to take down 2.0. Do they have the damage to do it? I don't think they do. A double kill comes through now for Flock as everyone falls besides not important. 4-for-0 in favor of DoV Twisted. The dragon is gonna be theirs and they're on a Hextech soul point.
Yeah, they put themselves in a fantastic position here. And Sean, he didn't have his ultimate available because of that gank into the bottom lane. That they were able to pick up that Ornn earlier, but it means that he isn't in a position to be able to take down the members of DoV Twisted with his ultimate. And if he did have that ultimate, he might have been able to execute one and then chain it forward from there. But without that, the strongest, or, you know, I guess maybe the strongest piece of that Syndicate team composition, not able to make as much of an impact in the fight. Also, the Yunara getting caught out early, and Flock, he has had some moments of, you know, really strong aggression, hasn't really necessarily gotten punished for it on the Rek'Sai here, and now is sitting at 7-2-2. 2 items now completed after recalling, so he will be a huge threat, specifically in the backline to this Hui and Yunara. Gonna have to constantly be watching out. It is 3 turrets to 0 also here, notably, for DoV, which has really accelerated kind of their control of the map and the wave states in general. Not to mention the gold lead. It is about a 2.5 thousand gold lead for DoV. I mean, I guess, you know, you could look at it in a couple of ways. On one hand, you know, it's nice that they have this gold lead. They are in a better position overall around the map. However, it also means that, you know, their gold lead really is only about the turrets. There are a lot of kills on both sides. We also do see some pretty big shutdowns available here now. Should Syndicate Sean's fan club be able to take down either the mid laner or AD carry from DoV. So those are some things that we'll have to watch. You know, if they can win one fight, get one of those significant shutdowns and take down a turret, they could reverse this pretty easily.
Is that an Imperial mandate on Lissandra?
Wow. All right.
Is that... that can't be correct. Well, that can't be normal, at least.
We've seen more mid laners building Imperial mandate in general. I'm trying to think. Definitely not on Lissandra in particular, but it is a much stronger item than you might expect for mid laners. Yeah, I'm trying to think of who else that we've seen it built on, but it's something that it's definitely coming back. I don't know if I could. I am not smart enough to explain to you the logic of it. If you know, if it is truly a good choice, which I mean, we've seen Ohio Drive being a very successful player. He's clearly got some kind of logic into this. You know, so it is a choice. Too. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a cheap item. So, like, he's able to pick up his second item, you know, very early on, whereas you can see that for Tiny Tibbs, I assume probably going for the Shadow Flame second, it's going to take him a lot longer to get that second item completed. I mean, also, Lissandra has just more gold in general between the kills and assists that she's been able to pick up. But, yeah, I mean, we've got some unique item build choices here. As Smoke, he might be in trouble.
Smoke is in trouble here. Does have the flash, but Sean has flash and ghost. Having to run for the hills here. I think he might just be dead. I think this is... Oh, Flock has joined the party, though. As now Smoke flashing away. Dunk is going to come through and find the first kill. I don't know if Flock wants to fight this, though. This Darius has full stacks coming in. Oh, wait a minute. The rest of the team has joined the party now. Handshake's not going to connect. And this should be a dead Darius here. As Flock on a killing spree now. Without the rest of the team there, I wasn't sure. I didn't see them coming yet, but great job by the rest of DoV to trade back that kill. They do lose some plates in the mid lane, but overall, you know, still a 1-for-1. And with Ornn, I feel like he doesn't really care at this point. He knows he's just gonna be suffering.
Not at all.
So it's like whatever.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was going to say, which is that this Darius has 6 kills. One of them came on Rek'Sai at level 1. The other 5 are all onto this Ornn. And he's going to need to kill more than just Ornn if he's going to be able to be successful in this game, as we do have the 4-member stack into this bush. Will Colin fall victim?
Really Colin! Yeah, Colin is dead here. Falls victim to it. We got to reset. Let's see if 2.0 can go crazy on anything here. Just gonna get a couple autos in onto not important to get out, but the dragon spawning in 15 seconds. This is a 23-minute Hextech Soul.
I don't think
test himself for.
Yeah, I don't think Syndicate can really contest this. They lose their support, who should be the one to be face checking into these brushes. There's complete vision control for DoV. They want to start out the fight first.
This looks big here as Smoke calls the Forge God in. Not important. We'll be able to get out for the time being. But Flock going in. They find Conveyable Cub. And Flock goes unstoppable. They're off the dragon. They find the pick, though, on to the enemy AD carry. And now they're right back onto the dragon here. This will be the Hextech Soul. Barring some crazy miracle steal. Not important across the map.
Yeah, and it is. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be the Soul coming in. That super powerful Hextech Soul for DoV Twisted.
Oh, man.
See another fight right away.
I don't know. We'll see here as we got the fight in there. Going on to Ohio Drive as Tiny Tibbs caught out here. Exhaust going to be taken down as Flock goes under the ground, taking him out. Ohio Drive on the other side of the fight here. Super Mega Death Rock is going to do a lot of damage. Sean will go down. Colin, the last member standing here, but we are excited. Cavalo comes back. Colin will live for the time being. The Dragon goes over as well as 3 more kills. And DoV Twisted turn their sights onto the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, with 3 members down, the entire top side of Syndicate, Sean's fan club in the Death Chamber, they'll be able to pick this one up no problem. They still haven't managed to separate the gold lead, you know, hugely, but I feel like the gold lead in this game does not feel representative of kind of the positioning of these teams. Like, it feels like DoV, they feel like they're more than 3,000 gold ahead, 4,000 gold ahead.
And about a little aggressive there, clearing out this mid wave, but yeah, I mean, gonna be wearing purple now. We got Elder Dragon spawning now that Hextech Soul has been claimed. And man, this Jinx with Hextech Soul is gonna be dealing a lot of damage with those rockets. Gold lead up to a little bit over 4,000 right now, as we have crested the 25-minute mark in this game. DoV Twisted feeling really confident right now. Have the 10, 2, and 4 Flock and the 4, 1, and 10 2.0 to both have those big shutdowns here as they're sieging into mid lane. They've left Smoke on an island up there. I think the thought process is if Smoke dies, we're going to win the game. So feel okay here as Smoke and Sean still battling it out. That inhib. Oh, Smoke is just going to TP out of there. He's gone. As the mid lane inhibitor will fall. I don't know if they can do anything else here. They don't have any waves anywhere else. As Panda Boat is the target. Now Panda Boat's going to go down. Hostile Taker is only going to find 1. Now DoV Twisted looking for the re-engage here as they find Conveyable Cub. Cleanse is not going to be enough to take him down as the Frozen Tomb plus the Call of the Forge God. We'll see what they got after this as it is time to get excited. Double kill for Ohio Drive. Triple kill for Ohio Drive. Sean, the last member standing, going to get taken down by Flock. And that's a 5-for-1 ace in favor of DoV Twisted. And they're on to these Nexus towers. The Baron Dub minions are on the way, and they're going to take game 3.
Smoke's so busy building items for his teammates. That's how over it is. It doesn't even matter, as that's going to be game number 3 for DoV Twisted. We saw that same chaotic start to the game from Syndicate, Sean's fan club. They tried to make it happen again, but it just wasn't enough this time. Flock with the excellent recovery after initially dying at the blue buff, and it was all DoV, it felt like, for the most part from there, outside of a few Darius kills in the side lane. But Ornn showed how much that does not matter when you're just playing a tank that gives your team the utility that you need no matter what. So nice victory from DoV as they put it onto the match point.
DoV Twisted taking game number 3. Now lead the series 2-1. We're going to take a short break, but we will be back for game 4 to see if DoV can take it in 4 or if Syndicate will force a game 5. We'll be right back. We are back for the pick and the ban of game number 4. We have swapped sides. I didn't think that was going to happen in this game. We got 3 straight of the same side. And these bans are flying through already here. Shyvana, Blitzcrank, and Zaya taken off the table by Syndicate. DoV opting to take away the Ashe, the Caitlyn, and the Nocturne. We'll see what Syndicate wants to go for with this blue 1 pick. We saw Jinx last game. It was pretty powerful.
I mean, it seems like I'm surprised that they're taking such a long time, given that the bans have remained pretty much the same. Okay, they're going to go Pantheon here. I mean, I presume that this is for the jungle. There are, I mean, mostly all of the strongest sort of tier 1 jungle picks are gone at this point. So that does make sense to me, in one way. It does mean that for a Syndicate, they're not going to be able to follow the strategy that the formula that they set down in the last 2 games, which is saving that last pick for Sean in the top lane, getting him some kind of counter pick and clearly really trying to hedge the rest of their draft and the rest of their strategy towards that. We are also out of the strong between the bans and the picks. We're also kind of out of most of like the strongest 80 auto attack focused 80 carry picks here. So it does also force DoV and 2.0 to pivot away to this Misfortune, which is a much more kind of caster, very ultimate centric sort of champion here. So what can they build around it? I mean, I love this Maokai right away. You need something that's going to be able to lock people into that Misfortune ultimate, because the bullet time is going to be really important to you being able to win team fights. And that was definitely one of the last things that were left, or I guess kind of biggest strong power picks that are left. That would be able to do that. I don't know, Maokai not necessarily a counter power pick, but you also have some flexibility here with this Maokai. You could send it jungle, you could send it to the support role. So you like to have that flexibility still here, especially on the red side, as these picks continue to come through. Bot lane now secured from Sean's fan club.
Leona and the Corki picked up here. Corki could still be mid. We don't know. We'll have to
That's
see
true.
we'll have to see as we move forward in this draft. But the Seraphine is going to be the pick for DoV Twisted here. Another champion that pairs really well with the Misfortune.
Yeah. I mean, again, now there's 2 large ultimates that are able to lock the enemy team into place, really, really strong to pair with the bullet time. We're yet to see what the solo laners selections will be here from DoV. Well, really probably from both teams, unless this Corki goes into the mid lane like you had mentioned. We're not sure where that will be next, but so I think really we'll just see kind of some of the strongest remaining solo laners taken out. This Alawe has been a perma second round ban from DoV. They do not want Sean to get his hands on that one. And I mean, it would make sense to me here to see if they want to keep the formula for DoV of the tank top laner, at least for now, like Scion is still up, for example. They could pick that on 4 and then give Ohio Drive the counter pick here. Either way, it looks like it will be a top laner picked here.
Olaf is going to be the lock in here. There still is some play. Yeah, still a lot of flex pick opportunities here for DoV Twisted, right? You have Seraphine could go support, even Maokai could go mid. You got Seraphine could go mid, Maokai support.
Maokai mid would go
Maokai
crazy,
jungle.
dude.
I meant jungle.
You never know, dude.
A lot of play. I mean, still a lot of play here. We'll have to see here. Is the Kench left open because it wasn't banned in that?
Oh, true.
I believe it's been banned in the first rotation by DoV most of this time. But the Kench left open here. He is unbenched, and that's going to be. I assume that'll be for Sean in the top lane.
I mean, it must be. I mean, I don't see Tahm Kench going into the mid lane. As now they got to come up with something safe. Aurora fits the bill for Tiny Tibbs here. And I mean, I guess Sean likes this Tahm Kench into Olaf matchup. Also, Tahm Kench obviously providing more utility to the team comp than we have seen him from from him for the rest of these games, kind of more of those lane focused champions. So what will it be here from Ohio Drive with this R5 pick? We'll see what he wants to take into the Aurora. I mean, there's nothing that's going to necessarily smash this matchup one-on-one, so it's more about
Ooh,
what is going to impact the map overall. Vigar,
I
that's going
am
to
evil.
definitely give you the scaling element here, and we'll be able to eventually use that ultimate to zero out, hopefully, one of these two carries at least in the team fights here. So, I mean, we still do see the same general strategy from DoV Twisted. They're still sticking with this front to back sort of team fight composition, even without an auto attack sort of focused AD carry. Even the cage does give you one more tool to potentially stick people into this misfortune ultimate. So definitely putting a lot of balls in the basket of 2.0 here and what he would potentially be able to do with this game. And Flock moving back towards something that's a little bit more of a utility focused jungler, although we have definitely seen Maokai's in this league going for AP first item, so can have kind of a surprising amount of damage early on. But both of these teams now with more of these team fight focused compositions, with Sean finally pivoting away from those carry top laners.
And we have reached the point in the series where we're at best of ones now. Syndicate gotta win these next 2 games. For DoV Twisted, 1 more is enough. We're gonna get into this competitive integrity spectator delay, but we will be back to see if DoV can take it in 4 or if Syndicate will take it. We'll push it to 5. And we are back on to the Rift for game number 4 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. We're swapped sides here, as now we got Syndicate on the blue side. Sean on Tom Kench in the top lane, not important on Pantheon in the jungle. Tiny Tibbs on Aurora in the mid lane, and Conveyable Cub and Colin rounded it out with the Corki and the Leona in the bottom lane.
And on the other side, we got DoV Twisted with Smoke in the top lane on the Maokai Flock in the jungle, on the Olaf Ohio Drive in the mid lane on the Vigar, and 2.0 in Panda Boat with the MF Seraphine bot lane. And you were right, James, there was still some flexibility here. Maokai into the top lane. What season is this? Not something that we see a lot of, just with, Maokai, mostly just because he doesn't get nearly as tanky as he used to, but it does kind of make sense just as far as it's not like Tom Kench is going to be that much of an issue laning in the 1v1. Maokai should have an okay time in this lane, tank versus tank here. And so it will still be Flock on the aggressive jungle option here on the Olaf. Both junglers this time, we don't get any shenanigans, with invades or with early contests of the buff. So they'll just kind of be clearing through here. And I am interested to see what kind of direction this Tom Kench decides to build in. We do see a lot of Dusk and Dawn. Tom Kench in the top lane can be an option, so he doesn't necessarily have to go full tank.
Okay, we got non-important coming in on the bottom side here. But fighting in this bottom side, Colin taking pretty low as the early heal popped. 2.0 and Panda Boat aggressing forward as Conveyable Cub. Oh, the re-engage comes through now, and the first blood goes to Conveyable Cub. Not important. Joining the party on the back side, and that's a 2-for-0 in the bottom lane. Syndicate takes the lead.
They don't even need involvement from the jungler to finish off that first kill onto the Misfortune, and now we do have some invade action. Ooh, as Colin was sitting on a ward. Looks like Pantheon will not continue to try to contest the Gromp there, especially given that the bot lane members both backing off here. Oh, top laners fighting.
Smoke and Sean battling it out here as we expect. We've seen it every game. These top laners battling. But an early lead now, that 2-for-0 in the bottom lane to Syndicate. Gives them about 1,000 gold lead in, we're only 3 minutes in.
Yeah. And this bot lane is super, super important. I mean, we've seen both of these AD carries be really, really impactful, whether it was Conveyable Cub on the Kaisa, 2.0, obviously, on the Jinx. I mean, really every game, 2.0, excuse me, has been, you know, just a force for this DoV team. So we'll have to see, you know, whether or not this lane gets any harder for the side of Syndicate Sean's fan club, or I guess rather for the side of DoV, if Syndicate Sean fan club can continue to win the 1v1.
Scrapping in the mid lane. Also, mid laners have been scrapping all series. Like in taking big trades on each other here, but both of these junglers now on the top side of the map here. Early tier from Conveyable Cub. That is the difference in items right now. Based on that that first kill, and for the time being, a little bit of calmness as Colin goes in. It's pretty deep. I don't think he's Conveyable Cub was not really in position to follow up
warding.
there. Yeah, and so Colin takes about half HP.
Oh
my goodness, again going in here.
Though.
As they found Panda Boat. Panda Boat's taking pretty low, but 2.0 is dealing a lot of damage back. Colin in trouble now. Does not have the flash and will go down. Misfortune. And Seraphine damage is enough. And that bottom side, and DoV bot lane fights back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you pointed out, right, Chains? The Corki uses that early first blood to get a nice early tier. That doesn't necessarily give you a huge advantage in the lane, you know, combat-wise. It is obviously nice for later on to get that stacking early, but it seems like the Leona is playing as if they have some huge item lead that does not seem to exist. As mid laners, they do continue to fight it out here. Vigar going to be forced back to the base, but he does have the teleport to come back. Yeah, I mean, both teams scrapping 800 gold lead right now for Sean's fan club.
3v3 in this bottom side here is Colin again. Might be a little bit caught out. Flock is going to find 2 in this front side as Colin's going to go down. Flock is low. It's not important. And Conveyable Cub can't move forward anymore. Another kill. Colin going down for the second time here is, whoa, look at Tiny Tibbs. All right. Not gonna look for it. That could have been crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Leona is just too far ahead of the rest of the team. That time Flock there to flank all the way around. As Ohio Drive knows that he's got smoke in the bush here. Missing Pink's getting spammed, though, by Sean, trying to let the rest of the team know that there could be some shenanigans afoot. Yeah, I mean, look at, once again, nice CS lead here from Sean early on. However, I don't know how much it's going to matter given that this is a Tahm Kench, especially because it is a Tahm Kench that is going to be going Heartsteel first. Doesn't mean that he can't go for, you know, more of a damage item next once he gets that Heartsteel stacking. But Maokai is going to be really weak early on here because he decides to go for that early tier. So gonna be a while before he has any kind of major tank stats to contribute.
Yeah, that tier will go into the Fimbulwinter eventually, but especially down in this much CS, you know, the gold is not there for Smoke. It's been kind of a theme in this series of Smoke being down a good bit in the lanes here. Sean playing really well. That's why he is the namesake of the team, you know, is looking for something. Not gonna find anything on the dive. And in this mid lane, here we go. Here's Between Worlds gonna be used. Flock is in the area to help out. Tiny Tibbs doesn't flash, so not too worried about this here. Let's see, Colin's gonna go in again. Down 2 levels. Oh, okay, we're good. He did not hit the Zenith blade.
Might have been for the best, honestly. Because they still, especially with Leona, still just being that level 4, they don't have the ability to lock down the MF for as long as they would like.
That was a clean W by Smoke. I didn't know you could dodge out of the Tahm Kench dive like that without getting
Maokai tech.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I
I'll
mean,
make sure to
it's
never use that in the game. But it's good to know.
yeah. I mean, it's especially impressive for a top lane main to know about it, because how often are you playing Maokai top lane? I mean, back in the day, used to be absolutely ubiquitous before, especially before the Maokai rework. You just get to see Maokai top lane like every single game, but
Yeah.
it's been a while, you know, since that was the case, since he had those little flowers dancing around him. But I mean, yeah, I mean, Smoke falling really far behind here. However, Sean is not on a champion that should be able to like take advantage of the snowball nearly as much. And you know, Smoke is still going to do what Maokai does. He's still going to have that long range engage with the ultimate. He's still going to be able to lock down individual targets with the W as well. So I'm not feeling incredibly concerned at this point about the Maokai falling this far behind. You know, outside of that, no massive leads in farm. We do see the Olaf getting a little bit behind, ahead of this Pantheon. Olaf with that early Tiamat does mean that he, between the Qs and the Tiamat, he can clear that jungle very, very quickly. You know, pretty even outside of that. Just a 700 gold lead when all said and done manifested so far for Sean's fan club. But both of these team compositions are, you know, much more of that team fight oriented style, which is not what we've seen in the last couple of games from Sean's fan club. But it makes sense for them too. Like they are on match point here, or it's match point rather for DoV, Sean's fan club. They don't want to throw away the game with that too chaotic of a play style early on. They would prefer to, you know, just trust themselves to get it done in these later team fights.
The dragon on the bottom side went down a little bit ago. It was the Hex Hex, so no third Hex exposed.
Oh.
Whoa. Smoke gonna get eaten, taken down, spit out under the towers. Oh man, 2.0 is really low in that bottom side. The rocket's not enough by Convalo Cub to take him down. So he's gotta run for the hills, but overall, no casualties. A couple close calls across the map here, but after that dragon goes down, the the grubs are split 2-1 in favor of DoV Twisted. So far, based off that lead from Flock, a little bit of an advantage in the neutrals for DoV Twisted is Sean. Looking for Smoke once again, finds the stun. I think that's going to be about it, though. Tank battle, you know?
Yeah. Still just battle. I mean, the Maokai Q means that it's really, really difficult for Sean to actually get all of the stacks off and another Q to stun. So, I mean, really all it buys Maokai is more time to go back to the base again and continue falling behind in farm. But, you know, we'll just see how much that really ends up affecting this game. Feels bad, man.
Oh, that's such a disaster. -1.
Definitely should have been able to pick up that cannon minion. But Heartsteel now completed from the Tom Kench. We're seeing first items pretty much across the board being done here for Syndicate Sean's fan club outside of the Aurora and the Leona. Oh, is he going to R him?
Sean looking for it again. Devour's not available yet. Still got a couple more seconds on that. Smoke.
But I mean,
comes back to lane, pushes the wave, and then has to base.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's
Or at least not
already
base, but close.
He's already lost a lot of health. He is able to use that refillable potion to get some of his health back. But yeah, I mean, he does lose health very, very quickly here, as Sean has been totally relentless in this top lane all throughout the series. Unfortunately, has not necessarily always meant that his team gains an advantage overall, but it's been a rough one for Smoke.
Okay, Acquire Drive and Tiny Tibbs going back at it again. Early Merc Shreds from
oh no,
Acquire
Sean.
Drive. Here we go into this top lane. Nature's Grasp. They find the roots here as Flock is in the area. Sean is taking low, has the flash available, but they're going to follow it up with their flashes of their own, getting eaten as Smoke goes under the tower, reset the tower aggro, but it is not enough as Sean's gonna find the return kill back. 1 for 1 in the top lane, but at least you get to deny a wave.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good consolation prize for Sean to be able to find that one kill in return. I think that you do feel good if you're DoV that Flock is the one who ends up taking the kill credit here. 9 seconds until the next dragon spawns. They know that Olaf is on the top side of the map, so with not important sitting here in the river, I expect that we will see an evening of the dragons. Push advantage is in the favor of Syndicate Sean's fan club, and this Corki does continue to expand a little bit of a CS lead over the MF. Both of them have one item, both 80 carries now with one item completed.
Whoa.
I don't believe we've seen a bullet time yet.
2 flashes straight into the pit as the bullet time over the top. Let's see if they have the damage as Tiny Tim's now in trouble. The dash over the wall. What can the rest of DoV do in this play? The dragon goes over to Syndicate. That was a crazy engage.
Yeah, this very chaotic Leona play so far in this one has not been afraid to send it, whether or not it's a good idea.
Oh my gosh. 2.0 playing so aggressive. Gonna have to burn the cleanse as Panda flashes forward, does not connect on the E, but they find the slows in the mid lane though. Grand Starfall comes through and Ohio Drive is dead, not important. Finds the credit there. No kills in that bottom lane. And I didn't see, I think it's Chemtech Soul.
Yeah,
Chemplant's Bloom?
You're right. I'm not. Yeah, I think that we're seeing those additional plants on the mini map there, so it seems like you are correct. So not the Hextech Soul that we've gotten in some of these previous games, but yeah, I mean that's what we're going to be working towards. Both teams with one dragon early means that we're not going to see that super early stacking that we saw in at least one of the games from Sean's fan club. We've seen multiple dragon souls taken in this series.
Tiny Tibbs using the ultimate. Ohio Drive gonna get you up to about half, but no real kill threat yet here. As the he's building Rod of the Ages.
Yeah, he just finished it too. I mean, it's good that he's finally able to pick it up, but yeah, it's pretty rough for a finish of Rod of Ages. He prioritized getting those tier 2 boots first to make sure that he wouldn't die, I guess, in the 1v1, it seems like, against the Aurora. But okay, yeah, Smoke wanted to come up for this CS. Flock is on the way.
Flock is here as the Devourer comes through. Nature's Grasp gonna find the knockup for the time being. Is not important. Also in the area, does not have the flash available. Flock's gonna turn onto this Pantheon, but wait a minute. Tiny Tibbs is also here. Gonna pick up 1 kill as the Solar Flare is gonna find Flock under the tower. Colin has joined the party as well here, and a double kill comes through for Tiny Tibbs. And that's a huge play for Syndicate in this top lane. As we'll see if DoV's going to be pushing onto this mid lane tower. I don't think they're going to be able to get it yet, but they'll pick up that last plate as the TP comes through from Tiny Tibbs and join the party as 2.0 now. And Conveyable fighting in this bottom side. Barrier's going to be burned. And this is not good for 2.0. A solo kill for Conveyable Cub in the bottom lane.
Yes, Syndicate is showing lots of signs of life here in this game number 4. Playing it a little bit slower, a little bit more calculated, but still doing a great job of roaming around the map and grouping. Colin doing his best Panda Boat impression there, making his way into the top lane. And we do see Sean's lead here starting to become impactful, with Smoke constantly being poked out of this lane, and with that, with the Sheen being built up here by Sean, we probably will see the Dusk and Dawn second item. At that point, it does start to be really annoying to lane 1v1 as, ooh, Ohio Drive.
Ohio Drive should be out of there. Nice usage of the cage to get out. But yeah, like you mentioned, Sean is just gonna get more and more oppressive.
Yeah, so next dragon is coming up in just a minute, so we probably will see teams trying to make something happen around that. Both junglers are down on this side of the map. But things, I mean, it's a really, really good sign for Syndicate that they're able to, get that kill in the 1v1 between the 80 carries, Conveyable Cub. I mean, both of these 80 carries have really had a good series so far, but the early lead for the Corki means that he already almost has that his items stacked up all the way with the tier. Ohio Drive.
Gonna find the solar flare once again, and Ohio Drive is in trouble. Puts the cage down, but not important. It's gonna flash over the wall. Does not care about the cage at all. Goes on a killing spree on this Pantheon. Now 3-0-2. With this dragon spawning Conveyable Cub on the bottom, or on the mid lane, hidden away at that tower. Dragon's gonna be, Herald is gonna be taken by Flock across the map, and that'll be traded up. They're gonna try and make a 4-man play onto Sean here, I think.
Can you just W out?
Herald has been spawned. We'll see. Sean not interested in backing out at the moment. Gonna look for more. The tower will fall. Nature Trap's gonna find the root. Devour will be used on to Flock. As now Sean, does he have what it takes? Trying to W out, but it's not enough. Seems really greedy.
He could have W'd out when it was only Olaf
man.
coming.
All right, Smoke had to burn the flash to get away. Tiny Tibbs did a lot more damage than he expected, I think.
I mean, maybe he thought like the Seraphine was in the brush or something and just would have interrupted him, but Seraphine wasn't quite there yet. And yeah, like you said, pretty greedy decision there from Sean, which, we've seen a few greedy decisions by Sean in this series. Hasn't affected the fact that he's been ahead in every single lane so far, even in this, tank v tank matchup. Has really, really gotten the better of Smoke. But yeah, I mean, he does end up going down. Turret goes down with the Herald as well. Tiny Tibbs.
Tiny Tibbs could be in trouble now. Has the flash available. Ragnarok is going to be used. He's all alone. The slows are going to come through. Flock is chasing down. Okay, not alone anymore. Sean joins the party. Colin is in the area as well here, but DoV is looking for this. Solar Flare is going to find the stun onto Panda Boat. It is now Grand Starball coming in. This could be so bad for DoV as Sean's fan club has joined the area, joined the fight. And that's one kill down. Ohio Drive, the victim of that play, and a 5,000 gold lead for Syndicate. They're feeling pretty good about this game number 4 right now. Shutdowns on jungle mid and their bottom lane. This mid lane tower will fall. Sean, though, not trying to let it go down without a fight here. On to 2.0 we go. Cub is in the area. Here's the Devour going to come through. TPs are coming in, and whoa, that was a lot of damage coming in as Sean finds the kill. Sean finds the second kill as Smoke with the TP. Just TPs into sure death. Cub is going to pick up that one and I go on a rampage, and this is going to be a Baron now being started up by Syndicate. And there's no contest.
Yeah, in like at least the last 3 games, we have seen these, 21 or so minute Barons that are uncontestable. I believe in every single one of those games, the team that, even though it's been a rocky road from there, the team that has taken that early Baron has always managed to come out victorious, and it does feel like there's a little bit less volatility with the team fight from this Syndicate team comp than we've seen in past games. They're not dependent on that sort of carry top laner to be able to stay alive in the team fights as a win condition for them to win these fights. I mean, this Tahm Kench has now completed 2 items, has the Heartsteel continuing to stack up, and will just be so difficult to take down. Whereas on the other side, you've got both of these solo laners really from DoV struggling in this one. The Vygar will continue to scale, but still just sitting on that 1 item, still trying to finish up the completion for the tier item here. And meanwhile, Conveyable Cub on the Corki has finished the stacking of the Manamune, and we saw that burst damage that he's able to contribute in that last fight is such a problem for DoV to deal with now with the Baron buff as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how DoV is going to be able to defend against this, right? Like, Cub is so strong. who's going to kill Sean? You cannot keep 2.0 in this lane against Sean because he's going to get dove and die. Ohio Drive.
We got the
trying to
Maokai
go-
split push.
Maokai is on the top side. As Colin is in a fighting position in between the towers here. And in we go. Bullet time over the top. Is it going to do enough damage? It's going to take down one. Oh, no, it's not, as the Devourer was true from Sean. But look at these health bars on DoV. They're so low, and two have already fallen. Finds a stun on Conveyable Cub, but Ohio Drive doesn't have the damage here. Just has the Rod. Just completed the Seraphs. And Smoke has got to stop pushing in this top lane, but a 2-for-0 in favor of Syndicate is just going to extend the lead even more to a little under 10,000 gold at 24 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in Smoke's defense, he didn't have the teleport, so he just had no way to efficiently make his way into that fight, but spent the entire time trying to beat down onto that top lane tier 2 turret. He did get it down to one plate, but not even able to take that one down to try to trade some gold back. It's not important. Was thinking about going in for the W there onto Ohio Drive, probably for the best to not take that for now, as the next dragon gonna come up here will put Syndicate on soul point for this game. And yeah, I mean, it does. It's like you said, right, Chains? It looks really, really tough here at this point for DoV. They need to try to find some kind of angles in these fights where they can have a numbers advantage. I don't. Maokai sending it with the ult, but nobody's picking up there. Like, yeah, Flock had already run out of the area, and I don't know. They gotta figure out a way to, you know, just manufacture a numbers advantage. It seems like at this point. I mean, the bullet time still does a decent amount of damage, but you're gonna need them. I feel like in particular, the reason why you pick this Maokai in this team composition is to try to keep people into the bullet time, right? Like, I mean, that's what makes sense to me. Otherwise, why wouldn't you just pick like Scion or like another tank that is far superior as far as tanking? Like, that would just make a lot more sense. So when you have this Maokai on the other side of the map, it really decreases the value that you get from this MF pick, because they need her to do the vast majority of the damage in the team fights at this point. Vigar, he does have the 2 items completed. Rod of Ages almost stacked up, but just has not been hitting as hard as you would hope. Yeah, 0 stack Darksteel.
Here we go, Solar Flare. They found 2. Flock and Ohio Driver in trouble with Pandable flashing forward. Knockup's gonna find 1 here as the Encore will hit 3. It's pretty large. Bullet time is not gonna do much though. There's just, the health bars are too strong. A double kill comes in for Tiny Tibbs. Cub goes unstoppable. And it's just the bottom lane for DoV Twisted left alive. 3-4-0 in favor of Syndicate, and these outer towers are gonna fall quickly. They're gonna look to try and break open the DoV base.
Yeah, I mean, they're lucky. DoV is honestly lucky at this point that there wasn't a wave sitting at the mid or bottom lane tower for Syndicate Sean's fan club, because otherwise they would have just been able to potentially push in towards the Nexus turrets. Instead, they will try to break the base towards the top lane, because that's where the minion wave is. I don't think they're going to be able to quite do it for now, but they continue to make smart decisions, and these Leona engages that were looking a little bit silly earlier on in the game are now hitting, you know, hitting right, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but Colin has been definitely making it happen with the Leona engages as this game has gone on. And Ohio Drive, again, 0-4-0, hasn't even been involved in a single kill yet in this game. It just continues to look tough for DoV as Syndicate Sean's fan club tries to push us to that game number 5 here in the lower bracket semifinals. Remember, whoever loses is done. They're going home for this split. Winner will advance to the lower bracket final against the loser of Dorado versus XFV Hydra. Another fight here.
Here we go, as they've found Sean. Solar Flare is going to connect here as 2.0 has to run for the hills. Encore is going to be pretty big, but look at this bullet time. This could be their opportunity. As not important, flashing into the backside. Do they have enough to keep alive? 2.0. They do not, as not important will go down eventually here, but look at Cub still alive. Colin taking pretty low, will go down as a double kill comes through to Flock. And it's Cub and Tiny Tibbs against the world here. See what they got. Flock taking quite low. Cage is not going to find the mark onto anyone, but a 3 for 2. DoV Twisted fights it back there. Off the back, pretty good positioning and a nice bullet time.
Yeah, nice bullet time by 2.0 makes the difference in that fight. So it does end up being a 3-4-2 in favor of DoV. But that, I mean, that is kind of the first time in a while that we just see a poor decision from Syndicate as far as where they decide to fight. You know, fighting in that area with so much terrain means that they were just bottlenecked into the brush area, nowhere to go to get away from 2.0's bullet time. So it does get a little bit of breathing room here for DoV. They're able to push out these waves, able to buy themselves a little bit more time here. 30 seconds before the Dragon Potential Soul comes up for Syndicate. They will make their way over to here. Both teams just trying to clear out vision. And can DoV find another angle and find another fight? It is still going to be a few more seconds until that bullet time is available. And they're going to fight before that.
They might have found Smoke here as Colin is in so deep right now, but look at Smoke is in deep on the other side. Devour is going to be used to keep Colin alive here. The rest of the team is running. Oncar's going to find two. It's looking at Between Worlds. A lot of damage coming out from this Aurora. Not important. Sitting in the bush, lurking. Block will go down. Smoke sitting on the front lines. Not important now. In trouble. Bullet time is going to pop the GA, but Tibbs destroys 2.0. Finds the one shot, and it wasn't even close. As the rest of the team, Panda Boat and Smoke, have to run for the hills here, but they are not long for this world. Grand Starfall comes in, Panda Boat goes down, Tiny Tibbs over the wall, trying to find Smoke and Will, and that's an ace for Syndicate. Sean's fan club, they got a wave in this bottom lane, and this should be the end of the game. The Inhib will fall, and they are on to the Nexus Towers.
Should be able to do it here. They're going to send us to the game number 5. Syndicate, they find the fight that they need this time. They've got the wave, and they're going to send it to Silver Scrapes. Sean, he's leaving the game, but he got it done on the Rift. 4 games in a row in the top lane. He unbenched the Kench this time, just displaying how deep of a champion pool he has and why this team is his namesake. Whew, they brought it back.
We are going to an ultimate deciding game 5. We're going to take a short break, but we will be back for the pick and ban of that decider. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, and welcome back to the draft for the ultimate game number 5 between DoV Twisted and Syndicate Sean's fan club. The bands are on their way here as Blitzcrank and Shyvana taken off the board by DoV Twisted, Ash and Mel taken away by Syndicate. We are going to a game 5, Elsa. What did you see from game number 4?
I feel like it was the most complete game of all so far from Syndicate Sean's fan club. It's like they're powering up here. But with this fearless draft, another thing to take into account is that we're digging very deep into the champion pools at this point. One thing that I have to say is that I don't want to say Panda had a bad game in game number 4, but didn't have the same impact that we come to expect from him. Especially on, I mean, it's not necessarily just the hook supports. We saw him do really, really well in the Renata as well. But kind of these aggressive supports that like to make things happen. And so what can they kind of dig deep into the bag for Panda is one of the things that I'm going to be looking at in this draft. Sean's fan club is also back onto that blue side, which, once again means that Sean will not have the R5 counter pick. Was not necessary for game number 4, but it kind of felt like DoV walked themselves into a trap there, deciding to put that, that Maokai top. Did not end up working out. I would really want to secure a Scion top for Smoke in this game. I don't really care what you're against. That just, it worked out really well for them, like with things like the Ornn. Even there was even moments on the Shen too, that worked out well for them even when he fell super far behind. So I want to find something for Smoke that works even when you fall behind to Sean, because that is the one thing in this series that seems like it's been an inevitability.
Yeah, Sean has been destroying these lanes, to be honest with you here. And with the Zaya being left up, that means that 2.0 will finally get it for the
Yeah.
first time in this
Love
series.
this.
You mentioned support with agency for Panda, and we're going to get the lovers duo in the bottom lane for DoV Twisted.
Yeah, I really like this start of the draft for DoV. It gives Panda Boat that ability to be the primary engage, and then it also 2.0 really strong auto attacking AD carry that has been banned multiple times early in this series. This time they decide to leave it open. I mean, the bans that they did have in place also make sense to me. So it's not like it's a bad ban or a bad choice to leave this open necessarily, but yeah, I mean, it's a nice start to the draft. Poppy, very, very strong against the Rakan. If you can get that W in place, can be a really nice thing to be able to block the engage. Also has some flexibility between support and jungle. So I guess I'm interested too in this Orianna first pick. This could be one of those things again where it's like we've seen a lot of mage mid laners on both sides. This is kind of the strongest thing left open. Speaking of strongest things left open, the 80 carry pool really thin at this point. So Lucian is going to be the selection.
Ooh. Alawi is up too,
Okay.
and they're and Smoke is going to get the Alawi. So 2 picks that have been banned out all series given over to DoV Twisted in this game 5. I mean, that's if you're DoV Twisted, you have to be happy with how the draft is going so far.
Yeah. I mean, and I was going to anticipate that they were going to have a couple of bans to protect this Alawi, but given how many champions are off the board, instead just trying to take away maybe some of the jungle pool to start out here. potentially happening on the other side as well. We've seen a lot of Malphite jungle in CCS. We know that, I mean, very unlikely for the Alawi to go anywhere but top lane at this point. So it seems like it's probably a jungle ban. Yeah, we'll continue to see what they want to take away here. Sean thinking cooks, what can he cook up in the lab against this Alawi? He knows what he's going up against. So, you know, with that being said, also we're not going to see as much use out of that R5 counter pick here from DoV, unless it's, I guess, I mean, you could use it for the jungle. I anticipate that you probably just pick a mid laner here, or you could pick a jungler, I guess, if you want to see the entire team composition before you lock in whatever you're going to pick for mid lane here. So,
yeah, we'll see what they opt to go for. I'm okay either way. You know, if you want to give Flock like a carry jungler, you could pick something like the Aurelion Soul here, and it's just like a safe lane that's going to scale really well. And you feel pretty good to, you know, just pick that, and you can see what the team brings and what Flock can do into that. You still have the opportunity to play like something tanky in the jungle. You have an opportunity to play like a damage dealer. So
yeah.
still a lot of options. You kind of want to see what Syndicate wants. So I'm not mad at it. I was thinking about Garen. I didn't say it
You
though.
got to play a carry. You can't play a tank, obviously, into the Alawi. Otherwise, you're just going to get ripped to shreds. So Garen does make some sense in that regard. You got to play to win the 1v1 matchup against the Alawi. And so Sean is going to be throwing down here. And now we'll see whether or not this Poppy is going to be into the jungle or support. Jungler still coming to mind. I mean, Sejuani is still a possibility here, potentially for either side, I guess. Whoa, okay, we're getting a lot more
Yay.
interesting than that.
Oh my gosh. Fiddlesticks. That's a crazy one. I was not expecting the Fiddlesticks to come in here, and that's exciting. I mean, that's champion that we don't see a lot. So it is going to be Poppy's support.
Yep. Which makes sense against the
Confirmed,
Rakan.
which makes sense.
You use that W, try to deny the Rakan's engage. Especially, you know, you can follow that up then with the E. Trundle is going to be the
Ooh,
selection here. You know, I
Trundle's
mean,
a good
Flock
pick.
does not seem like the kind of jungler that likes to pick tanks. He really is always on
Yeah.
those more aggressive picks. So Trundle makes some sense here in that regard. You know, the more complicated pick or, you know, sort of nuance, I guess, is the Fiddlesticks, which is, you know, often a really hard champion to pull off in competitive environments because it is so dependent on controlling the vision. Did we just get a switch of the sides of which team is which? Seriously, right now? Is that happening?
Is that real?
Okay, that's fine. We're back. The draft is not the one that's actually happening from this game. But you know what? It doesn't even matter. Like everything's been thrown into chaos in this series. Either way, you know what matters is when we get back onto the Rift.
Yeah, you know what? And even when we're on the Rift, we can't explain what's going on because these games have been crazy. I mean, just chaos after chaos. I expect this one to be a little bit more calm, especially in the early game, just because it is the game 5. You don't want to make some crazy like throw series losing play. But all right, so we got the swap of the sides now. We got smoke on the Garen and Sean on Alawi. So suddenly it gets a lot scarier, this Alawi.
Yeah, it does.
Because
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's scary, like you said, like you're saying. It's just because it's in the hands of Sean, who has just been, you know, absolutely huge this series. You know, got to be the MVP, win or lose, for a Sean's fan club. Which again, it makes sense. It is Sean's fan club after all. But yeah, I mean, again, we're going to be watching this Fiddlesticks. We're going to be watching the vision control in these team fight scenarios for Sean's fan club to make sure that they don't get caught off guard. And of course, we're going to be watching into this top lane matchup because you know that there's going to be some action going down.
Absolutely. We're going to get into the game shortly, but we're going to take a short break for the competitive integrity spectator delay. We will be right back for game number 5, the decider, to see who goes to the losers bracket finals, who goes home. We'll be right back. And we are on to the Rift for the ultimate deciding game number 5 between DoV Twisted and Sean's fan club. DoV Twisted back on the blue side for this game with Smoke on Garen in the top lane, Flock on the Fiddlesticks in the jungle, Ohio Drive on Orianna in the mid lane, and 2.0 and Panda Boat rounding it out with the Lucian and the Poppy.
And on the other side, we got Sean on the Alawe, not important on the Trundle. Tiny Tibbs taking up the Aurelian Soul. And then we got the Lovers duo, Zion Rakan in the bot lane with Conveyable Cub and Colin. We got our first Rage Bait redeemed of the series,
Yes.
right, Chains?
We're here. Rage Bait from Golden. Send help. No one's coming to help.
I don't think that that's very related to the actual series. It seems like a bit of an abuse of the Rage Bait redeemed, but...
I mean, we heard some Minecraft drama earlier, so I don't know. I don't know what that
It's
could
always
mean.
a ride.
It's always a ride. You never know. You never know with Golden.
Yeah.
The winner of this series, more importantly, the winner of this game, a date with XSV Rush. Sorry,
Hydra.
XSV Hydra in the losers bracket semifinals. They have beaten, sorry.
It's late.
bracket
It's real
final.
late.
The losers bracket final. The total semifinals of the whole thing.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. Yep.
Dorado was able to
Tiny
take them
Tibbs.
down 3-1, and Tiny Tibbs taking a lot of damage here. Not important. One of those little raptors ran back and reset on him. A little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Zooming in on this game here. Fiddlesticks, jungle, very, not something that you see often. However, definitely makes sense given the fact that we are on game number 5 of this Fearless draft. This is what was left for Flock. He pulled this one out for this final game. It will want to, he is going to want to just pretty much farm until level 6 here. On the other side, Trundle, you know, much more proficient in the early game, does go very deep into the enemy jungle there to try to see if there was anything to take away from the Fiddlesticks, but Fiddlesticks going to be a little bit unconventional as Fiddlesticks goes, does not start on the blue buff, instead going over towards that blue buff, which means that he will have a little bit of a tempo lead in the early clear here. Will be able to clear out his entire jungle as well as that Scuttle Crab before Trundle has been able to clear out his own jungle. And in the top lane, good start here for Smoke in comparison to what we have seen so far in this series. We've got our, you know, one of our top lane experts in the chat, our Narkiel Demon, letting us know that this is a very, very good matchup typically for the Garen. So Smoke making this counter pick count, as Sean seems to be pretty wary of the Fiddlesticks. Not that Fiddlesticks has that much ganking power this early on anyways. But, you know, not as much action as we're used to, I guess, here in the top lane early on. Smoke is going to go pretty low here, but he does have the advantage of the Ignite versus Sean just having the teleport in this one. So not quite as much lane pressure from Sean, who finally does manage to hit an E here. Oh my god.
That's the flash away. It's not done yet. The tentacles are spawning. Dodges out. I think it'll be okay for the time being. No way he stays. No way he stays. I mean, what are we doing?
The silence!
Wait a minute! Oh, the silence was almost enough to keep Smoke alive, but they trade 1-for-1 in the top lane. First blood going over to Sean.
Yeah,
and he's gonna deny that wave too. I think it's good.
Yeah, he takes it. He definitely will take that. He gets more gold out of the, you know, getting the first blood. Also denies the wave. Also does pick up, or, you know, forces Smoke to use that Ignite. As another Rage Bait redeemed is coming in here from Crisp 10. Lost, you can't lose here. It's your last league this split. Lost referring to, I believe, the jungler from Sean's fan club, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's his last chance here. Dead even in gold at this point in the game as we get the sweet split screen action here. I mean, I feel like you are totally good with the game scaling slowly if you're Sean's fan club. Allow a Aurelion Soul. Speaking of Aurelion Soul.
Get hit with the shockwave, and Flock is gonna find the kill. Look at his top lane though. Sean finds another kill onto Smoke. And oh no, this is not good.
Yeah, I mean, it is nice for Fiddlesticks to pick up this kill early. Also a good job from Syndicate to be able to respond with the dragon. Fiddlesticks, he has ticked over to level 6. So from now on, we gotta watch out for those Fiddlesticks ultimates coming through. It's gonna be super, super important in this game. But I think, you know, more notably, his Flock, he's gonna wait in the bush.
He's lurking though, but there's 3 members of Syndicate here. Flashing away from the grand entrance, not gonna get knocked up there is Colin. We've seen Colin aggressive all series, continuing that aggression onto Flock here, and Smoke and Sean are gonna be battling it out once again, but Smoke is gonna start losing this way harder. As the E connects, this could be dangerous. A lot of damage coming through. Sean not worried at all about anything that Smoke has to offer. First dragon of the game going over to Sean's fan club. That was the Cloud. I believe next we have an Infernal for the second one. So neither of those souls in this game 5 is Flock down into this bottom side. You think, is Flock a Fiddlesticks one trick because his name, you know?
That would make sense, although I think that Shyvana is his main champion, at least this season, hence why it's been banned out in every single game. Okay. Oh, he is going to be able to hit this ultimate.
Okay, the Crow Storm comes Dash from Rakan gets canceled as 2.0. Flashing forward. Do they have enough to take down Cub? No, they do not. The barrier keeps him alive. But a kill going over there to Panda Boat on that play. Still winning for the DoV bottom lane. On the other side of the map, not important, doing a little bit of counter jungling. Taking away this Gromp.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for Fiddlesticks to make every single one of his ultimates count, you know, if he's going to be able to keep up the tempo that he needs to carry this game, which it may be on him, you know, to do a lot of the damage here.
Yeah, and another fight in this top side.
He doesn't have the ultimate now.
Taken low. Look at the shot.
Oh!
2, it's huge. But Flock will fall nonetheless. The stars descend onto Ohio Drive as Panda Boat in the 1v2 on the other side of the play. We'll be able to get out for the time being, but low health bars all around. And
wait, allow a die?
Solo kill?
What?
Holy moly. It's a banger. It's a banger in the top lane. It's now Smoke throwing it down. Collapse it in. Not important. Take it low. The heals are true from Colin, but it's not enough. 2 more kills donated over to DoV Twisted. And now Smoke 3-2-1 on this Garen. Panda Boat 2-0 on the Poppy.
Block is once again sitting in the bra. I don't think that that's a dummy. Fiddlesticks. I think it's the real thing. He's waiting. No, it is a dummy.
No, he's on grubs. He's on grubs.
I'm the dummy, I guess. But yeah, Panda Boat, he's getting active around the map, which is one of the parameters for a successful game for DoV Twisted. 2-0-1 on the Poppy, not necessarily totally ideal for him to have picked up, you know, the kill credit there, but that engagement there in the top lane, huge. Ooh. Not only for DoV as a whole team, but then specifically for this Garen Smoke. He picks up the solo kill and then continues to roll the momentum forward there. Wish we had been able to see what happened there with Sean, but, you know, we've seen it with Sean. It can really, it has gone back and forth. As far as the CS goes, you know, which we see again in this game, Sean has been utterly dominant. But, you know, we have seen solo kills back and forth, and Smoke, you know, doing what he needs to do, which is, you know, just remaining competitive in this lane, not allowing Sean to completely run away with it, at least so far.
To about a 20 CS lead right now for Sean in the top lane, but Ohio Drive really starting to take over here under the tower. Shockwave and a solo kill for the Orianna. Had a feeling it was coming. She was doing so much damage. Ohio Drive, and just getting nice pokes in, and eventually the cookie crumbles. The camel's back breaks, and Ohio Drive finds a solo kill.
Yeah, 0-2-0 so far for this Irelia Soul. It's going to be a long time until he is super relevant in this game, as we are going to see now the replay. Sean, I mean,
okay,
I don't.
Right, sure.
Yeah, he just didn't have his cooldowns up, I guess. He was pretty low on mana, but I think he still had enough mana to use his abilities. Just must have been kind of low as on just no cooldowns available. As this dragon should go over, I guess it looks like, to DoV.
V4 in this bottom side right now as the Keeper's Verdict gonna send one away, and the dragon secured by DoV Twisted. They even up the dragon number for themselves. And in the game, about a 1.5k gold lead for DoV Twisted, who they've been up 2-1 before, and they've thrown. That's the lore here. So a lot of people want to see them fail, but we'll see what they can do. Right now, they're showing up in game number 5. At least in this early game, as Ohio driving. Tiny Tibbs taking a beating.
All right, let's see if Sean can bait in a fight in here.
Oh, Ohio Drive getting aggressed on here as Tiny Tibbs dashing forward. Or flying forward, rather.
Okay, yeah, Trundle is now spotted here. This is just a huge waste of time for non-important at this point. He's
Yeah,
still
the
sitting
nose
there. Oof.
Auto ward. Brutal.
Oh my
Oh,
god, now he
minions.
knows. Now he knows. Unless he's just
He's
AFK, like
AFK.
what?
He's playing chess.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, it has been a long series, so you need a break. I get it. At a certain point, but we didn't. We missed. Tiny Tibbs just died again somehow.
Dang, I mean, Ohio Drive. You know, this is a player we talked about at the beginning of the series. You know, DoV likes to play around. Has been a very strong point for this team this whole season, and fair share of struggles in this series. We're gonna get to watch that replay right now. Shockwave flashed
Oh.
away, but just
What?
damage. Just straight up damage from Ohio Drive. Able to find the kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough situation for the Aurelion Soul. He does manage to finish the Rylai's first item. Has that tier almost stacked up, but it's going to be a really long time until he can actually finish his tier item. So he's down 30 CS. Over 30 CS, actually. So it's a huge gold lead at this point for the Oriana. So these shockwaves in the team fights are going to be something to watch because they are going to get hit hard. I mean, and you definitely have some qualified ball carriers on this team composition. You can throw it on top of the Poppy, or throw it on top of the Fiddlesticks as well for kind of the ultimate combination there. And I think for Sean's fan club, you really would like to just kind of try to stall this game out for as long as you can until this Aurelion Soul can gain more levels, finish some more items, and then, I mean, then the other character to look at in the team fights, you know, whether or not this 1v1 continues to pan out for Sean. We've all seen those fights later in the game where Alawe can pretty much 1v5 if she gets the right positioning with her tentacles and with her ultimate. So, Sean's fan club, but they're down 14 minutes in, 3k gold behind. But they're certainly not out of this one yet as we get another Rage Bait redeem.
Let's see what we got. Golden. Just cried for help earlier. Now we're getting a, I'm so sleepy. Please get me out. Well, Sean and Not Important trying to find this kill onto Smoke here, but he's just a little too fast. We'll see what the rest of the team can do here. The Ohio Drive on the way up. Getting a little chunky out. And nothing too crazy here, but I think they might look... No Herald? Alright, no Herald.
Yeah. Lucian will be in this 1v2 down bot. We'll see if they can make something happen.
Ooh, nice flash play. Oh, nice flash from 2.0 to get out of it, but I think the exhaust should be enough. Lock him up and take him down. One more auto is there from Cub. And that's going to be a kill in that bottom lane. 2.0 goes down and burns both sums.
Yeah, that's I mean, we've seen this earlier in the series as well, with Panda getting punished for the roam. So speaking of the Panda roam, they're going to try to potentially get a dive off here. Fiddlesticks ult is available.
Yo, it's available, not used yet, and they're just going to let Sean
smart.
walk it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Sean learned his lesson from last time. From last game. Fell victim to the 4-man dive and died. This time, sees the dive coming and just runs away.
Yep. Does not want to risk it. They will be able to trade the dragon over on the other side of the map here for Sean's fan club. So now it is 2 dragons to 1 as we do get another Chemtech soul, it looks like, in this
More
game. Chem plants sprouting all over the rift. 17 minutes in. Still just about a 3,000 gold lead for DoV, so not growing at this point, which I think is kind of a win, honestly, for Sean's fan club. You would love for the gold lead to just sit where it is, wall your Aurelion Soul, and Zaya continue to scale. I do think that the Zaya should scale a little bit better than the Lucian as well. But you can see Sean definitely not winning out on these trades. He's in trouble.
Oh, but Colin is here. Man, yeah, Sean was looking for a solo kill right there. That was close.
Yeah,
now they're pushing. Oh, Ohio Drive in trouble here. Nice flash to get away. But the rest of DoV Twisted pushing into this bottom side, going to secure that tier 1 tower. And that means all 3 tier 1s gone in favor of DoV Twisted. It's going to open up the map so much for them here as they can move their vision lines forward. And especially with the Fiddlesticks.
Super important.
Yeah, super important with the Fiddlesticks. We're going to have to play around these Raptors. 4 members strong for DoV Twisted as they work their way into the Syndicate jungle.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to continue their relentless push shoving here through the mid lane, want to take down this inner turret. They'll have to send more members here from Sean's fan club to respond.
Ohio Drive is the target here. It should go down. The shutdown goes over to Cub. Not important on the flank angle here is Panda Boat now. Next target in, but the Crow Storm Flock goes into 4 by himself and just dies. Conveyable Cub on a killing spree now. As Smoke, Panda, and 2.0 have to run for the hills. A bit of a misstep by DoV Twisted here, and that brings Syndicate back into this game.
Yeah, they just sit in front of that mid lane turret for too long, and it allows the members of Sean's fan club to respond. Aurelion Sol just flying in with the ultimate, and then both of those kills going over to the Zaya is really good. It feels like here for Sean's fan club as Conveyable Cub. You know, we've talked about how both of these 80 carries have been very, very impactful in this series. Oh, Garen dodges the E.
Dodges the E again. Leap of Faith is going to be used. Garen has the ultimate available. Can bring down some Demacian Justice and Will. Not going to be enough to find Lethal yet. Flashing away, but the rest of the team is here, and Flock will find the credit for that kill. Smoke having to burn Flash and Ignite for that play, and whew, not important. Walked into a bush and took that much damage.
Yeah, we can start to see why this is a counter matchup for the Garen. The silence is really powerful against the Alawi. He also is so fast with the speed boost and the boots of swiftness to be able to dodge out on the E from Alawi. And if he is able to do that, he's in a pretty good position. Ohio Drive, though.
Oh, man, Ohio Drive in trouble here. Shockwave's going to find Tibbs as the quickness.
They can't get him.
They don't have the damage here. It's good. Oh, they do now, but Ohio Drive knows what's up. Not going to extend any further. Going to get out of that play nicely. And just, yeah, no damage from Tiny Tibbs right now. Only has Rylai's and the Faded Ashes.
Yeah. He's gonna need it. We just need more time for this Aurelion Sol, and we'll see. I mean, kind of what we saw last game, like with the Vigar on the other side for Ohio Drive. You never got enough time. It just to really get to the scaling point where there's an impact on the game. There's a reason why. It took this long into the series for Aurelion Sol to be a selection for one of these mid laners. It's certainly not in the top tier of champions, and it is looking like a great decision here from DoV so far to have prioritized this first pick Orianna, because Ohio Drive has been super, super impactful on the game, has completed that Storm Surge as well as the second item here. As the Baron is spawned up onto the map, 17 seconds before this next dragon comes up. I don't see anyone jumping onto the Baron anytime soon unless we can see a decisive team fight. Smoke in trouble.
3 members top here. Smoke is the target. That's going to mean that DoV can look to turn their sights onto this dragon. Ooh. The shutdown goes over to Sean. That was a big burst at the end there, and this means that Syndicate might just look for this Baron here. They know that everyone is down on the dragon. Teleport coming in now for Ohio Drive. The Baron has been started up. Ohio Drive is scary.
They gotta get out of here.
Goes over. I think they can't do this here as he was just gonna send one. Stun comes through onto Ohio Drive. Panda doing some peel for the time being. Let's see what the rest of DoV Twisted has here. The Crow Storm is huge. Sean in the front lines trying to tank up the damage, is able to for the time being, but will fall. Block goes down to the backside. As Ohio Drive going a bit too far forward, he's gonna die. And Panda Boat is in the middle of the team now, 2.0, trying to deal damage off the backside, but cannot. And uh-oh, they're looking for one to the tower here. Under the tower we go.
No!
Whoa, Tiny!
What?
Double kill comes through as Colin and Tiny Tips aggress too far forward. And now Smoke is in the area. Sub has flash, so I don't think this will be anything here, but oh my gosh. What is happening? What is happening?
I mean, it's still a good fight for Syndicate, but it feels a lot better if they don't have two members just suiciding under the mid lane turret, donating a lot of gold there over to the Lucian, who's able to go back and complete the Infinity Edge second item, also working on a third item with that Zeal completed too. We are evened up here at Dragons 2-2, so no early soul here from either side. Baron still available for either of the teams to take. These team fights are getting really chaotic. We saw how critical the exhaust was from Colin in that last fight, as Flock had what looked like a really good Crow Storm, but with that exhaust available from the Rakan, not dealing nearly as much damage. But I think the most important member by far in this game from Sean's fan club is still Conveyable Cub, who's sitting at the 5-0-1 mark, has 3 items completed on this Xayah, still able to hold on to the flash in that team fight as well. So if you're Syndicate Sean's fan club, you got to find a way to keep this Xayah alive and safe in the team fights. Are we going to get a Baron started up here now? It's DoV's turn to start it.
Flock is just lurking in the bush right now, gonna get spotted out. So they know. DoV Twisted will just back off the Baron for now. Dragons are even. Gold 1.2k in favor of DoV Twisted. Next Dragon spawning in 2.5. Panda getting active with it. Gonna take a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy here. So Ohio Drive, this is maybe bad pathing here. Exhaust now. Not important. Falling Star comes through, but not important. It's getting taken down really low. The Crow Storm in the backside. Do they have enough damage to take down this Trundle? They do. Let's look at Sean now. Leap of Faith trying to find damage. Will go down. Double kill comes through on the other side for Conveyable Cub as he's flashing forward. Finds the triple 2.0. Kill for Conveyable Cub as Ohio Drive, the last member standing. They're trying to give it to him, but Tiny Tips is just going to take it. And that's a 5-for-3 in favor of Syndicate Sean's fan club. And they're going to be pushing down this mid lane, hoping to get some of these towers.
They are the ones who have members left alive here to be able to at least take down this mid lane outer turret. I think that's probably it, as they take the gold lead here for Syndicate. 9-0-1 for the Xayah, who does end up using the flash to go forward there. But it's worth it to be able to pick up the quadra kill in that fight. And this is just a very, very intense Game 5. Everything that you want from a Game 5 at this point. And Aurelion Soul now does have 2 items done. What happened to the tier?
The tier got sold.
Did we sell the full stack tier? Is that the tech?
We sold the full stack tier. I mean, maybe it was just using it to get through the laning phase a little bit.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know?
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, now that we're, 26 minutes into this game, we have the dragon spawning in 45. You know there's going to be another fight. And we're getting active with it. Not important now, walking in. Shockwave's going to find the damage, stun onto the wall. Do they have enough here as Ohio Drive and Panda are the only ones for this play? The rest of the team wasn't there, and Panda goes down.
Oh man, Conveyable Cub is just so strong at this point. You can see how quickly he's able to tear through Panda Boat. And not important, on that Trundle, has been able to start building up some tanks so they can survive the burst from Ohio Drive. 5 seconds until the dragon comes up. It wouldn't be the soul for either team, so you really do not want to throw away the farm for this. But it looks like for now, with Panda Boat just now spawning onto the Rift, it will be Syndicate that has the privilege of starting it up here. And then they are just going to, yeah, DoV is just going to give that away. They don't want to throw away the game over a dragon that is not the soul, but it does put Syndicate on soul point. So one more, and they would have that Chemtech soul completed as 700 gold bounty now on Conveyable Cub. It's all about keeping this Xayah alive. And I mean, you said it in the Champion Select ride chains. Xayah banned out previously in the series. It is kind of one of those champions that, due to those bans earlier, ends up slipping through here as kind of a, you know, higher tier pick. And Conveyable Cub has been taking advantage of that every little bit that he can, as our next Rage Bait redeemed coming through. From Chainmaster Flay, why do both teams want to lose? You tell me,
Sorry,
dude. It's your league.
Mickey Mouse League.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Let's check out the game state here. 2k gold lead now in favor of Syndicate. Up 3 dragons to 2. Baron is on the table here, and there's a 9-0 Xayah. That is scary.
Yeah, she also has.
I don't want to see that if I'm facing it, and I don't want to see it go untouched in every single fight.
Yes, and she doesn't have flash, but does have the barrier. Also was able to build the QSS, having 4 items completed. So whether it's the fear from Fiddlesticks, getting knocked into the wall potentially by the Poppy, has that get out of jail free card here, and there's a Mikhail's Blessing as well for the Rakan.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all about keeping Xayah safe. If they execute, you know, if they press their buttons right, she should be able to avoid pretty much any CC at this point. So it's just about whether or not, you know, they can find their way onto that backline. Not impossible, certainly at this point. Rakan does have the exhaust available as well. Has pretty much been exclusively reserved for the Fiddlesticks ultimate. And Baron is back up on the map here. Or I don't know if was it always just on the map, I guess? It never went down.
Yeah, I think it's been.
So it's still there. 2.5 minutes until that potential soul for the side of DoV. And I mean, and I still do feel like in the back of your mind for DoV, you also have to consider this Alawe as well. I mean, she does have 3 items completed. It still is that situation where she can do so much damage in any given team fight. On the other side, though, Ohio Drive, can he possibly land the shockwave that would, you know, make the difference? It's really tough, honestly, at this point. But if he potentially can land that onto Conveyable Cub, especially, that's kind of going to be the ticket for DoV to win these fights. Tiny Tibbs too, though, is continuing to scale. Level 15 on this Aurelian Soul, level 16. He'll get that fully, you know, the fully evolved ultimate.
There we go. We got an engaged 2-man knockup. It's Conveyable Cub dealing a lot of damage. They can flock and panda to about half HP. Dragon in a minute and a half. As we got A-Soul stacks here. We're at 282 on the A-Soul stacks for the time being.
Yeah, it's
People
still like has about 2/3 of the way, or, you know, 1/3 of the way to go here for the level 16. So waiting on that here, but Sean's fan club, they have battled their way back into the driver's seat here.
Yeah, they have, and right now the gold has increased to almost 3,000 here. With pings on the Baron.
3,000 is like about what we saw the you know, highest gold lead being from DoV in this game. So they have completely reversed it at this point, and it's really Conveyable Cub who has been the biggest difference maker. Also, we've seen a lot of really impactful engages from Colin on this Rakan, who's really throughout this series, especially these last couple of games, been absolutely relentless. Lots of vision control right now around the Baron, though.
Here we go. Shockwave's gonna find 2. Conveyable Cub. What can he do in this team fight? Gonna get a rest on here as the Featherstorm is gonna find Root onto one, taken pretty low, but Smoke
Oh!
will go down. Huge ultimate from Tiny Tibbs as Sean now chasing forward. Tiny Tibbs still continuing on with the fly. Flashing in, whoa!
What?
Didn't even get over the wall. But double kill
Okay, but
nonetheless.
Dragon's up.
Dragon's up.
No jungler for DoV. Flock is still alive. He doesn't have ult to get over the wall.
And Sean is now lurking.
Yeah.
Gonna take away the blast cone. So the dragon is gonna be free for Syndicate. Now sitting on the Chemtech Soul for themselves here as we approach the 33-minute mark in this game. That fight looked good. It just no one could get onto Cub.
Yeah, I mean, he's still able to be free onto the back line. Of course, uses the ultimate, also uses that QSS. Saves the flash, though. So you would assume when we come up to this next fight, those other things will be back up. And he will also have the flash. Okay, Panda.
Panda's in trouble here as Colin moving forward. Panda's just taking so much damage here. Shockwave goes wide and misses. And this is going to be, I think this will be Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Panda Boat to be able to base check into this. It's not like they can just use the Fiddlesticks ult to get in there either without him just dying. So instead, they're just going to use this time to push up the mid lane with the Garen. Gold lead, still not that big. I mean, it's only still 3,500 gold for Syndicate Sean's fan club. They continue to take the objectives down. As we mentioned, they have picked up that soul. Ohio Drive waiting in the bush. Not going to be able to one-shot Sean, though.
Suddenly, this Orianna's not doing that much damage. Colin is on the flank here. The mid lane being shoved in by the rest of the Syndicate.
Yeah, I mean, the
pressure is
problem...
on.
The problem is that Conveyable Cub needs to be really mispositioned at this point in order for Orianna to land an ultimate. It now also has that Guardian Angel available. Now, the problem with Guardian Angel is that if you're in position to die to begin with as Conveyable Cub, there's a good chance that the Guardian Angel isn't actually going to do you that much good, but it does make it just that much more difficult to, you know, kind of put an end to the Xayah. As Ohio Drive just looking for the angles on this Shockwave over the wall. But you can see, again, Conveyable Cub is staying like completely a screen away from the Orianna. 35 minutes in, and they're just taking it at their own pace here from Sean's fan club. They know that they do not have to take a fight that is not in their favor as they kind of push out DoV from their own jungle here.
Tiny Tibbs has completed the Rabadons here. Smoke is a psychopath, running into the whole team like that.
Ooh.
Keeper's Verdict doesn't hit. Flock now in the front lines. Gonna get the fear onto Sean. He's just gonna go down here. Look at the ASOL ultimate. Hits 3. As, oh
That
man,
could be
this
it.
is disastrous for DoV. Syndicate finds the team fight that they needed, getting 3 here. Double kill for not important. And this bottom lane inhibitor has fallen here. They have 3 cannon minions baroned up. What can Smoke do? I don't think there's anything. Smoke and 2.0 are trying to fight. Their lives are on the line, but they go down, and the Nexus is under siege. The Nexus will fall as well, and Syndicate stays alive.
Syndicate Sean's fan club, they were on the edge of defeat there when it was 2-1, but they claw back. They win 2 games in a row, and they take it home to bring themselves to the finals of the lower bracket. Next week, they've got a matchup against XFV Hydra, and just a great overall team showing from Syndicate. It was Sean, those first 4 games, really being the highlight, really, you know, being that captain and leader of the team. However, in the last game, it was all about Conveyable Cub, bringing them over the finish line. congratulations to both teams, really, because I mean, obviously, mostly congratulations to Syndicate, but DoV, they had a hell of a series as well. They put up a huge fight, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, that was a banger series. It went to 5 games, but ultimately, Syndicate Sean Fan Club gets the win. That's going to do it for us here today on the CCS2. Hope you guys enjoyed. I've been Ride Chain, joined by Elsa the Queen. Big shout out to our production, Golden and Pop Tart, for making things happen. And hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good rest of your week. And we will see you next week on CCS1 for Syndicate versus XSV Hydra. Have a good one.